Hello everyone! I lied! We're gonna play more esoteric. I lied, but it's gonna be uncomfortable again. Also, we're early because, honestly, I woke up early and I had nothing else to do, so might as well. An hour early stream is perfectly fine. Alright, we're back in the city below the city below the city. The below city. Something's off here. Is it? I mean, we are in the Underdark, in the dungeons, if you will. Of course, something is gonna be off. Okay, something is definitely. It's at the sewers below water lane. Okay. A grill and some crates. At the end of the sewer pod, you encounter a stove. Around it sit some crates and what looks like a rag bedroll. This is a camp. Who camps in the sewers? We got ourselves a big sewer rat here. I love rats. Big enough to camp and cook. The goblin looks around the dark damp tunnel. I don't like this one bit. Build the stove. It is not entirely cold. Reason, huh? Is it normal to camp in a place like this? No, cleric. Norvik sewers are notoriously dangerous. No sane person will rest here or survive. Look around. Some rats scurrying around in the corners. Nothing else. God damn it, wisdom. What are these crates? Leaning in, you see symbols hatched into the corners of the wood. HWBT. Huh. The goblin inspects them all as well. We had shipments going missing on water lane in periods. Now I know where they end up. He taps a crate. Spices. He taps another. Potatoes. Yes, it's food crates. Food? Just food. Over time it's been a lot. Yes, it's crates whole food. Why food? A glance reveals most are empty. Whoever is down here is clearly siphoning off resources from the hallway bridge tribe. Why food in the sewers? A foolish question. Obviously this is a hideout of some kind. I've been trying to nail this thief for a while, figured it was some organized thing. And considering the size of this hole, it's got to be. And you never thought of to check the sewers? Of course not. It's not even connected to water lane except for this water flow, and that's... He stops and squints at the water. Those motherfuckers. You see what they're doing? Glare at him, Slogjo. No clue? They've been dumping crates into the water flow and catching them down here. Oh, that's actually very smart. Probably with a net or something. The goblin glances around the tunnel. Diabolical. I'd be impressed if it wasn't my job to keep track of this shit. A hunter. So, what do you propose? Should we keep guard and see if they come back? Probably. We could also go get backup. I know we're on the tea shop mission, but quest. What? The tea shop quest. Right, anyway. This is kind of a big deal for the hallways. Lady Sageleaf will be happy to finally get this thorn cut down. We should go get backup. Yeah, probably for the best. I somehow have the feeling that whatever is eating all of these won't be too happy about us finding the stash. Hello. Oh. Snell, you know how you said that the people who yeah, comes creeping. Thanks, Constitution. They're behind us. Snell, the people who did this are behind us. It's a crocodile. It's there in the corner. They're behind us. You know, this whole thing is just creeping me out. You're telling me. You heard this phrase before. Don't comment on it. I am, Snell. I just did. Maybe we should just leave. Look at the goblin like a newborn bird in the nest. Looks like it's mom. No. Maybe we should just leave. I'm not going to stop you. Who likes being in the sewers? I don't. Me neither. Anyway, right behind! You know, Constitution, I know, but like, if the game doesn't prompt me to look behind, what am I supposed to do? This is making me hungry. Really? You? He's calling you spinely and weak, or something. Why do you act surprised? I am a human who eats food. That's normal. I am normal, Snell. Look normal. You do not. No, it's just... I haven't seen you eat anything but apples, I think. I think I ate some mushrooms off the walls, too. Right, not a pretty sight. But look, I just assumed you weren't the type to get hungry. Of course I do, I'm normal. I guess I'm not exactly a foodie. No, you're right, but ain't my style. Look, I'm normal. Yep, totally normal. The most normal. Top normie. Your very flesh! Thanks, Constitution. I can see the crocodile man with the giant butcher knife approaching. If anything, I'm surprised Snell hasn't noticed. Your companion gasps for air as he glances back. You watch as his entire body suddenly leaves his corporeal body. His entire being. Well, same thing, if you think about it. For an instant, he is not a goblin, he is a ghost. Great hungers. Oh, look, it's great, the Rage of Asken. Turn around. Turn around. The goblin is already on the move. His sling loaded, spinning, aiming. To see Han come to Kraid. How good. Scramble to get ready, or what is that? You watch the hulking mass of flesh and wet scales rising from the shadows of the sewer. A crocodilus. Rare sentient folk mainly encountered in the swamplands of Haxi, extremely deadly, beware. It towers over you, its gaping maw widening into what could be construed as a mocking smirk. Great, another roll for initiative. Let's try not to end like last time. Yesterday I almost got killed by an assassin. 10. Nat 1! Goddamn, Kraid. Earth bless your soul. Snell's sling creates an incredible sound. Echoing down the tunnel, he lets his stone fly in a powerful blast. Oh, fly. A third level transmutation spell causes the target to move themselves freely in all directions, ignoring any gravitational laws. The speeds one can reach with this spell are quite intense and have killed many a wizard over the years. The projectile hits the monster right on the neck, causing him to let out an angry growl. Okay, my turn. What? Bow down before it's too late. Strength, I know you're weak, but like, come on, bro. There's not much time. But if there's any chance to de-escalate, do it now. My life is yours, beast. Oh, it's daunting and I'm exhausted. Stop will come to bargain. Let's try to throw a punch. It's not gonna work, but who knows? Well, I mean, we could try and bargain. I don't think Kraid is gonna listen to us, though. Yeah, I guess strength is the option. Maybe if it was if there was a charisma roll, I would do the charisma roll, but it's not giving me the option. Like, just saying that we come to bargain might not work. Ow. With determination and resolve, you take a decisive step forth, and you throw a punch at the beast. However, you're only able to strike at the thick hide. It absorbs the punch like nothing else. Great. The grin upon its maw widens even further. Yes. The croc brings forward a jagged meat cleaver. The hunt is on! Hunt! No! Stop, Mikey Bean! He swings the hatchet, missing your stomach by an inch. Oh, challenging dexterity, huh? And I do have better dexterity. Well, I do have Shield of Fate and I have Cure Wounds loaded, so I'll probably be fine. Oh, that's bad. Okay. The second strike, however, goes just where the beast wants it. In your lower thigh. A frustrated shriek, no, one of pleasure. You are rabbit escaping slaughter. Great enjoys. Then he squints at you, lets out a grunt, and lowers the weapon. Huh? Your companion takes a step back while keeping a wary eye on the beast. He's unsure if he should strike again or see if there's some strange piece to be found here. Kraid is bored. You are cleric, no? The goblin takes a deep breath, then he hisses at you under his breath. Do not push your luck. I am the cleric, yes, get it right. The croco beast's tail whips around, sending dust up into your face. Cleric, more like you. Do not be trouble. Okay, I love that. Okay, for the record, the more you say that you're the cleric, the more XP you multiply every time that you say you're the cleric. So it's funny because I am convincing myself that I am not just a cleric, I'm the cleric. And every time that it happens, it just makes me lose my mind. It's just like, yeah, I am the cleric. I am the cleric. And don't forget it, it's me, the cleric. And Kraid will not be trouble. The beast lumbers over to the encampment. You look on, taking heavy breaths. Snell leans on his knees. He appears to be shaking. Adrenaline running out. Weak knees. This is skull. Mom's spaghetti. Kraid sits down on a crate in front of the little stovetop. Hunt is done for daytime. Now is rest and cooking. What in the world have you stumbled onto here? Gulpan approached his camp. Oh, interesting. His primary skill is Constitution. Like, the color that you get for, like, looking at people is usually, like... It seems to be, like, the primary skill. Like, you can clean these up with actually, like, high enough for the skill, but, like, it seems like it's the primary skill for each character, also. He has a rat. I just noticed the rat. The hulking beast looks at you with a deep hunger. Your gut biome quivers. Great greets human. Have you seen a man in yellow pass here? You know, going past here? Great has seen this, yes. Oh, you have? Yes. Great saw human in yellow go past. Great meant to eat such fancy human, but this human was fast and turned invisible before Great could approach. Huh. Great did hear fancy yellow human speak to self while walking past. Human said, where is this damn secret passage again? A secret passage? Where? Great does not know. So he went into the dungeon. Fancy human came from southern caves going into dungeon, yes. I don't see why you would lie to me. Alright, thanks for the info. The monster's mix, or it makes no expression at all, because it always smirks. Those rats really seem to like you, and I love them. Can I pet them? Yes. Ratty's little thing, which I remember from home. Big rat, those were great friends. You had big rats where you're from? He lets out a happy growl. Big mushy swamp rat, the gayest of little rodent. I hunt as little, then as big, I follow. I learn. Big rat is great hunter. Little rat has much to learn, but they will. They will. That's great. He turns to you and whispers, let's not get too friendly with the rat-loving killer croc, alright? But I love him! I love the rat-loving killer croc. What do you hunt down here? Many things. Great dive and stalk. There is wild land below, far deep dark. You find anything good down there? Yes. Great takes many trophy. From big chicken to little drake. And those of many teeth and eye. Most are not tasty, some very. He glances at your companion. You. The goblin does a comically loud gulp. He tries to play it off. Nice. Little green man, you are not tasty and not even fun to hunt. But you look spicy. He holds up a hand and a stern face. I can assure you I am not. The croc lets out an amused growl. But not about here, right? You stay out of the city? Yes. Great hunts in wilds, urban sprawl is too easy. When Kraid has mission, the hunt begins. Mission? The croc smirks. Kraid said nothing. The goblin leans towards you and whispers, don't. Kraid, wait, where else do you hunt? Kraid hunts where he pleases. This land is good for sport. Great beasts roam, and many fresh challenge await. When Kraid is on hunt, he goes far. Great, good to know. He lets out another short growl. Snell, what should we do about the Kraid situation? Honestly, he whispers to you, it's not a good idea to start shit here. The whole the whole stolen shipments thing is an issue, yes. But the hallways do not have the resources to deal with this solid unit of a beast right now. What if I ask him to stop? The goblin gives you a surprisingly neutral expression. Politely? Very politely. Go ahead, play high-risk alligator picker, why not? A moderate charisma roll. I'm exhausted, but it's moderate. I would say yes. Hell yeah! Right. You're battling against a hungry beast here. But not just that, you're also facing what could only be described as a connoisseur. You're kidding. Not this time. You'll need to offer a bargain. Some better, nicer cooking supplies than the average HWBT stock. Ah, you mean... Oh yes, you mean... Great. I wish to inform you that you are getting subpar goods here. Subpar? Those crates, they're all from the Hallway Bridge tribe. If you're looking for better goods, I would strongly suggest focusing on another target. The beast leans in and glares at you. Great wish to know where would better goods be found. Tell him about the dwarven vessels, they won't miss a few crates. As bad as stealing is, the ones who will miss it the least are the free striders, the trade company. Do I want to screw the dwarves, who are by all intents and purposes the communists here, or do I want to fuck up with the liberals? I think I'm gonna fuck up with the liberals. I think I'm gonna fuck up with the liberals. The free striders have a warehouse on Water Lane. He growls. They have better, fresher goods and more exotic stuff too. You'll definitely want to focus on them instead of these cheap goblin crates. Maybe Crate will. The supply is getting stale. He turns back to his stove with a deep snicker. Nice job. That's probably as much as we could have hoped for. Redirection! So you're a chef, eh? Yes. Cleric is hungry. Great offer. Slug dog. The beast holds out one of the strange sausage-shaped meat pieces. He does hot dogs, but instead of hot dogs, they're slug dogs. I can get glissies. Slug dog? Slug dog. Stare at the meat. Slug dog. It is slug dog, yes. You want slug dog, Snell? I'm good. He's never been gooder. Mystery meat could contain anything. Beware. Inspect the meat first. You spend a few seconds looking it over. Some signs of aberration meat mixed with traditional Ascani fauna. You can eat around the more poisonous flesh. At least it does not appear to be meat from any folk. Well, now it's just challenging. What's in it? Meat. I see. Well, might as well. Let's try. Damn! Almost a critical failure. You wrap your gloved hand around the sausage with a firm grip. The smell hits you first. A foul stench. It turns your stomach. Take a bite. You don't chew, you only swallow. Take another bite. Before you do, your body begins to shake. It is coming back up. Stop eating the slug dog. Great sea, clearly does not stomach. He lets out a deep laugh. Not sure what you expected. Maybe later. He growls and eats the sausage himself. More slug dog for Kraid. Anyway, I will nod my head at you, Kraid, and I'll leave to do my own stuff. So much food. Apple. Oh my god, that's a lot of apple. There's a potion of healing among these empty bottles. Might as well grab it. Okay, that's the door that opens from the other side. And we can investigate that a little bit more before. Okay, that's the other side of the giant cube that almost killed me. There's a gelatinous cube here. You look over the glowing torch deep inside the gelatinous cube. Push through the gel to get to reach the torch. I mean, I could do that if I cast Shield of Fate first, probably. Could I actually reach the torch? The cube will let you walk into it. However, it will clamp onto you quickly, so you need to move as fast as you can before it decides to hold you tight. If you manage to move far enough while inside, then you could reach it. What's up with that? It's a magic item. A torch built to burn forever. Could you get that torch, Snell? No, could you? Possibly. Let me rephrase, could you do it without having your skin dissolved by the gelatinous cube? Guess we'll have to find out. The goblin lets out a deep sigh and looks across the surface of the jelly monster. The cube's weird. They usually were way more aggressive. The fact that we can stand here no problem means something's way off. And I bet it's that torch. Can you use your magic to grab it? There are a handful of spells that could work here. A protective shield if you wish to fight through the acid. Or Mage Hand, possibly. Look, I would get Mage Hand, but I don't have it. If I could find Mage Hand, then maybe that'd work. If the gel would let me get it through. I could just push through. With what? Magic protection? I'm a man, Snell. I can handle a little pain. Ah, yes, a real man who can handle having his outer layer peeled off. Exactly. He rubs his temples. But now let's just not do anything rash. Doesn't it feel like that torch has something to do with this weird gelatinous cube? It does. Not sure what you do about it, though. If you'd be able to reach it, maybe you'd find out more. But that requires you to, go inside. Perhaps, unless you were to locate Mage Han, perhaps you could find a copy of it somewhere upstairs. Maybe I'll wait for Mage Han. Apparently, Mage Han is in a book. The problem with that is that it's in a book that I need understand languages for. Like, it's in one of the first books you find in the game, apparently. After you get revived, after being thrown into the river. The problem is that all of the one that is written in Draconian, but I need the spell that lets you understand any language, and I don't know where that one is. Oh, well. A mysterious door. Before you stands an iron door. Iron door, the name of a legendary artifact crafted by Gate-era artificer. They are doors leading to nowhere, instead capturing any creature in a pocket dimension. They were used by the beast of yore as cells for their most powerful prisoners. At its center, a five-pointed star has been etched deep into the metal. Esoteric energy emanates from the surface. This door is sealed with powerful magic. A faint hum vibrates through the iron. That's some fancy door. The star symbol is connected to something. This is wizard work, arcane and deliberate. Examine the star symbol. You lean closer to inspect the edged star. 4 points, perfectly symmetrical. The work of a master craftsman or a wizard. Probably both. Each point of the star glows faintly with residual magic. Any ideas, Snell? About your fancy mystery dungeon door? He crosses his arms and stares at it. Really my area of expertise, cleric. But I bet you need just some kind of password, or spell. Or He mimes breaking something with his fists. Subtle, very subtle. But what he means here is violence. I will touch the door very carefully. Your gloved hand meets cold iron. A ripple of translucent energy pulses across the surface. It's locked. Magically. Arcane lock, just like at the tea shop. But this one feels stronger, more personal. Right, so, smash it. Or perhaps think for a bit. Obviously, there should be a way to get inside. Oh, right, the words of the petrified wizard that we found yesterday. Master Hagging Shags, I will learn. Say the words from the petrified wizard. The door swings open with a powerful boom. The sound echoes through the dungeon hallways. Everyone heard that. Inside you see a faint light emanating from within. Soft, almost inviting. Well, after you, cleric. You're not gonna be surprised about the fact that I remember the phrase? Oh. The goblin gestures toward the open doorway. He's not going fast, that's for sure. Beyond lies the unknown. What secrets does this wizard hide? Time to find out! I hope it doesn't immediately kill— Ooh. Well, well, well. The light is not real, how strange. Not a mimic. You can hear the wind outside, an illusion surely. Let's see. A stack of cryptic books. Ooh, I love things that are cryptic. A stack of books sits crooked on the floor, half buried under layers of dust. The blue light from windows appears to land upon the surface and stick, as if it is not real. You recognize the binding style. These are late Arcane era. One tome is clearly arcane. The cover bears word marks that make your eyes itch. Doesn't seem like there's any danger here, right now at least. If you wanna check out some books, go for it. I'll chill for a while. Well, we can't be, here all day because it's night and I should be talking to the guy who's supposed to give me the permission to enter the tea shop. But let's finish checking this room and then we'll see the guy that is supposed to tell me what the phrase to enter the tea shop. He said there until 2, supposedly. So said the angel. Nice. The words recognize your competence. They part like curtains. Inside you find a treatise on sensory magic, illusions. This Hagin Shags was studying the relationship between perception and reality, rigorously, mathematically. Hundreds of pages of experiments of the mixing of illusion and divination. Look over his results. He posits the mind does not receive reality, it constructs it. Each moment your senses gather fragments, color, sound, pressure, heat. Then something deeper, something he calls the interpretive layer, assembles those fragments into a coherent world. The question he asks, not quite so directly, what happens when you tamper with that layer? Not showing someone a fake image, not casting darkness over their eyes. Rather, reaching into the mechanism itself through esoteric means, then thus adjusting the assembly. This does not appear too far-fetched, and also sounds a little bit like lobotomy. It does not. This seems to align well with the scholarly basis of your education. However, the next part does not. The last half of this tome. Throughout many trials, mostly performed on himself, you gather. This man who calls himself Hagin Shags, he shows results pointing towards a measurable conduit within every string, when visible only through this outer layer. The bloom of yore lies upon each caster, he writes, all channeled through the gates, invisible, hidden, even the other gods are blind. The term used to describe the actual gods, those who invaded the coast during the Gate War. They hold no dominion on Yor's realm since the gate was closed, but the most common consensus among scholars is all walking gods are simply avatars of these real outer ones. How else would the lich sustain himself? How else would the pocket spot increase below and decrease below? Above, say below twice. Lich, yeah, that spellcaster of immense power, created and sustained by consuming the souls of mortals. They are capable of eternal life and terrifying esoteric mind. Wait, does that mean that there's a lich? Does that mean I should have to worry about there being a lich? I think that means I'm gonna have to worry about being a lich in the area. He's a mortuary guy, isn't he? Like, that's the lich. The lich is the guy that owns, like, the mortuary place. It's that guy, isn't he? That's why I had a roll of, like, 32 wisdom to understand why he was being so freaky. Because he's a lich. He's the lich. If he's not the lich, I'm gonna be surprised. Only I can see the truth. Only I can master the relic left by Umbra Mixes. All I need is to locate it. That one word, one key to unlock a world of total dominance in the new era. Let's see, the All-Wise One, the Black Dragon of Old Diminor, known for holding the largest dragondom at his peak. His capital was the underground city of Silverslow, constructed under the central marshland of the Ban. His strength was based on esoteric might, and he was known to carry 100 human wizards on his back when he went to war. That's a lot of wizards. Silverslow, an ancient ruined city hidden under the marshlands of Central Reeds. It was abandoned towards the end of the Draconic Civil War, and very few have managed to ever gain entrance, and even fewer have ever returned from delving into its trap and cursed holes. Let's see, the great conflict which raged between dragons during the Divine Era. It directly caused the power vacuum, which was filled by first gods and later arcanists. All I need is power word ebb. Power word, a series of powerful spells that focus entirely on enforcing a single reality shift upon a target, originally created by dragons whose magic was verbal only. The early arcanists learned from their masters and copied many of these words into their own spells. Oh, so that's why it's called esoteric ebb, because the word is ebb. Stare at the last page. Madness. The type of madness only born from revealed truth. Close the tome carefully. The words seal themselves behind you, satisfied perhaps that you treated their contents with respect. These books are not worth the headache. A monster manual, but most pages are ruined. Many ruined magic scrolls, only one appears intact. Dancing light. That's, ooh, finally I got a cantrip! You create a torch-sized light within range, making it appear as a torch, lantern, or glowing orb that hovers in the air for the duration. Whichever form you choose, the light sheds dim light in a 10-foot radius. That's gonna be useful. That's a strange box. I love boxes. Arcane music box. An ancient arcane box with strange knobs and buttons, each turns to make some screeching foul sound. You are unable to do anything beautiful, artistic, or functional with this. Damn. I might be able to get something out of it though. Okay, that's it. Not a mimic sign. You stare at the sign. Mimic, horrifying, shape-shifting monsters capable of copying the looks of any object it discovers, although with some size limitations depending on the type. If you touch it, you'll get stuck and probably eaten. Your companion joins in on the staring as well. It does indeed say, not a mimic. Figure out what's off about this whole setup. Give me a second. Who put this sign here? An interesting question. There are many mysteries in the city below, including the shifting tunnels and strangely intense esoteric pockets. Normally magic like this would be quite rare this close to the coast, but the city below is special. So the sign could very well be a manifestation of an esoteric event. In other words, the sign could very well be a natural phenomenon of yore. So I'm assuming the chest is a mimic then. The sign appears to point towards that, yes. However, this whole area is clearly esoteric in nature, so beware. Touch the sign. Touch the sign? Why do I feel like I could touch the sign? It is but one possibility out of many. Okay, but should I touch the sign? Perhaps you should think about it first. Think about it a lot. Look at the sign. It is a sign. It says not a mimic. Okay, I think I get it. I think the sign itself is the mimic and the chest is not actually a mimic. Like, that's the joke. Although, let's try to figure out what's off about this whole setup. What do you mean a natural one? Nope. You have no idea. But you should probably be careful. You do notice a slight gap at the side of the sign. A gap in the wall. There's something behind it, perhaps. Sure, that looks safe. God damn it! You know what, I'm just gonna... I'll return to you sign that says that's not a mimic. I'm gonna leave. Oh, wrong. The winding paths here are a little... Oh. Giant statue with red burning eyes that look kind of freaky. I'll deal with you later. Ignore that I didn't look at you before. I literally did not see you. I'm gonna get my permission to enter the tea shop. And then we're gonna return to the mimic thing. I think that's the smartest option. We'll just... Wait, wrong direction. Oh, it's A1 still. I've just been doing stuff to pass the time because I need to get my permission to enter the tea house. And this motherfucker is only available from midnight to 2. And that's a little rude of him. So I've just been, you know, going about? Dying several times, and some of them because I get asked about women. Which was mostly Snell's fault. He's the one who asked me about women. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing, but that's mostly because I get lost very easily. I have terrible sense of direction, famously. So half the time, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go to water lane. Wait, where I was I supposed to go to what? Who's that loitering on the tea shop? He is wearing yellow, so it might be Frank, son of Frank, but sadly I cannot enter the tea shop at this time. You better not be Frank, son of Frank, I swear to God. Which I know is not your actual name also, but it's funny to say Frank, son of Frank. Oh, he disappeared. Carbon stone, broken in half, pure violence. I get lost in most games, no matter how small the map is, so I know that this is mostly a me problem. But the map is pretty large in this game, I will give it that much. Oh, finally! Hello, angel lady that makes me really scared because all women make me scared. Magister Nicholas Darrow, okay. Should I? Nah, I shouldn't trifle. I haven't trifled this entire time, I'm not gonna start. At the top of the stairs, you see a man placed upon his silken throne. His well-groomed face lit by a single bulb candle, but he does not look at you. Instead, he folds his copy of the Norwegian Post in half and sighs. The biggest newspaper in the city, founded over 50 years ago, nationalist line. Anyone or anything that matters in Norway will be written about in the Post. When you look at that, it's going Lord Arrow in the flesh. Don't make him mad, this is your boss, technically. You hear about this? The man slaps his newspaper. Asgal is opportunist, strikes fear in Silkar's guild, he reads to you. How do you feel about gameplay tips? I mean, I don't mind. Oh yeah, if it's game mechanics, yeah, and I don't mind. Then he lowers the paper and mutters, 9,000 crowns in damages. Damn, that's like 2 years' salary. He looks annoyed and impressed at the same time. Protesters? Hooligans. You can press the whole other... Oh yeah, no, I know, I just, honestly, I just kind of forget and I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I think I did it the first time and then I just kind of like, forgot about it. It's just like, no, I need to talk to this person. It's more important. They're just trying to get their point across. Oh, they did a long time ago. His eyes, he is reading you. But what can you do? It's democracy. Yeah, sure, I'll just politely nod. Darrow lets that aside, folding his paper in half again. It's the age of crowds, that's what they call it. And the loudest voices keep shouting at me in particular, it seems. He furrows his brow. The moonlight makes him look like a marble bust. He is certainly playing the part. He shifts his eyes over to your companion. I see you picked up a goblin. He takes a step forward. Lord Arrow, Lady Sageleaf has declared a joint operation. Of course she has. Cleric, if you will, I would like to speak with you in private. Excuse me? The goblin glances to you and then back to the coin lord. Seriously? He's with me. I can see that now, if you please. He gestures towards the stairs. Your services are not needed at the moment. Thank you. Snell lifts his head into the air. Uh-huh. Don't piss off the goblin. You want him to watch your back. Snell would appreciate it if you stood up for him. No good option here. Someone's gonna get pissed. Tension. Sweat, what can you say? Nah. Snell is my bro, even if he almost killed me by asking me about women. He did not know that a question about women was about to, emotionally destroy me to the point that I died. Twice. He's my bro. He saved me from the cube. And I love him. The tall man glares at you. Well, fuck off then. Your asshole puckers. Do you have to say it like that, Constitution? I will glare back. You hear a chuckle from your companion. It's fine, late anyhow. He gives you a knowing glance. I'm heading home. First thing tomorrow, cleric. The tone of his voice gives it away. He respects you a little bit now. Well, thank you, Snell. You're a real bro. Snell gives you a quick nod, then he turns to leave. The coin lord glances out the window and remains quiet for a moment. I feel compelled to ask. Once you hear the door closing behind Snell on his way out, he continues. How was your meeting with our dear goblin chieftain? I don't think she likes me. Well, to be fair, I don't know if she likes me because I became so scared that I went and ran and hid in a barrel, which was a little humiliating and a lot emasculating, if you think about it. I don't think she likes me. He gives a short laugh. I'm in a similar seat myself. His jaw tightens, then loosens. You notice a ring on his finger. It looks esoteric. The coin lord carries an iron wheel ring, as all good politicians do. Makes any mind-altering spell you cast on him useless. Don't waste any spell slots. Why do you assume that I was gonna do that? I must apologize, cleric. Tossing you around as a pawn in this regrettably political game of ours isn't something I hoped for. Sorry, I had to sneeze. You obviously have much more important matters to attend to in the palace. Of course you do. Not really. I'm here to protect the city, my lord? Then why bring me here? Well... I guess, yeah, why bring me here if you didn't think it required a cleric to do this job? He clicks his tongue, straight to the point. Good. First things first. I'm obliged to offer accommodations during your stay here in Tolstad. It is customary for clerics on a job to be given free housing by their employer. You may stay in the old guard tower. The coin lord tosses you an iron key. Yay, I got a bedroom! That key will get you access to the tower. Etty uses one of the floors. You take the top one. Thank you for the housing, for housing me, my lord. No need to thank me, it's entirely customary. He shuffles about, looking annoyed for a moment. Now about the incident. As soon as the fires were put out, I had a city engineer inspect for structural damages. He speaks of the tea shop. Once it was clear and no casualties were reported, I shut it down. Without an investigation? Initially, yes, as a precaution. The reason why we've been so very careful with this whole ordeal is simply because we do not want to cause more strife. We got enough of that already, pray tell. Norwegian lingers, spoken as an exclamation of surrender to the knowledge and power of the protective god of the city, sometimes used ironically since he's dead by secularists. Suddenly you see how very tired this man is, and his breath smells funky. Do you notice what he said? Your real job here is not to solve this crime. The real job is to dodge arrows for the magistrate. The act of not getting hit. You should try it. Hey! It's not my fault that I'm bad at the rolls. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, what information do you have, actually? Aggressive spread of fire, a lot of explosion. Militia rush across the hallway breach and put it out. He looks out the window. The owner is missing, but no one got hurt. And what's your theory? This matter with the tea shop is one big distraction, I'm afraid. So it's just a smokescreen. Well, my purest guess would be someone with access to arcane artifacts, or at worst, a rogue spellcaster. Someone who would benefit from scared goblins and angry Asgulls. So, a radical. Not a bad guess. However, he is clearly attempting to not place focus on any real powers in the city. If a party was to blame, that would cause a headache for him. Okay, got it. Keep him talking. You need more info before you ask about the tea shop. Well, it might be smart to go for the tea shop question straight away. Who knows how you'll fuck up if you keep on asking questions. You require information. Ask. So, how's the election going? We're winning. His voice is not cheerful. You're not happy about it? He scoffs. We got a third of the populace. A third! That means we've already lost the goodwill of a large portion of the human population, according to the latest polls. The campaign is a half failure, but it'll get us over the finish line. The campaign? The national campaign, aimed at reigning the spirit of Earth in his faults. Reigniting, rather, I can't read. It's been 70 years since the Reconquest. Let us celebrate that victory. The fancy man feigns a cheer. An attempt to make the masses worship the state instead of their dead god. He sighs. You have read Alexandro, I assume? Of course. I found a copy of it down below in the collection of a halfling scholar, but I've read it many times before, obviously. He waves his hand. Of course, but you'd be surprised not every cleric is as well read as you'd imagine. We followed his teachings when building the campaign. A campaign to bridge the gap between a follower of Earth and a citizen of Norbik. Sounds like fascism to me. Indeed, that was the term Alexandro used. Horrifying. What sort of chaos is the election brewing? All kinds. Okay, so whatever happened in the tea shop is entirely related to the election somehow. What's your problem with Asgalis, by the way? You're kidding. He laughs. They've infiltrated every guild. Their rally circus causes near riots wherever they gather up. They're disrupting the economy. When the agrarian party fell apart, we almost had a famine on our hands. Or, well, he corrects himself straight away. Famine is a bit of an exaggeration, but they did practically ruin our grain exports for an entire quarter. Else, we'd be better off with the free striders any day of the week. They at least uphold basic economic stability. He's speaking truth. Shut up, dexterity. Don't be a liberal. They indeed did not cause a famine. The only ones responsible for that economic upheaval were the shareholders refusing to increase the wages of the farmhands. That is why they all flipped green. They wanted a decent income. They were instead fired from their positions if they in any way supported alcoholism, which is done slow down the production of grain, thus hurting their exports. If they had only shared a small amount of their profits, their quarter would have been fine. Okay, I have non-election related questions. What do you know about the owner of the tea shop? A barefoot male called Drum something, the type to show up in all kinds of registers in the palace. But he didn't have any expensive insurance or anything. No insurance at all, in fact, poor guy. He feels nothing but contempt for this bird. The bear hasn't left the city in any official capacity. He's on a list. He could be anywhere, I say, looking over my shoulder. Nah. So you don't know where he is? The coiler leans back. Maybe he's halfway to Vorogeny by now. Maybe he's down in the sewers. Who knows, cleric? His kind can be found in all kinds of strange places. That's a little racist. Also, I know where he is. I just can't access the place because I need to talk to a Gryphon fast. Real question, if the goblins hadn't pushed for it, would you have sent for me? The postman looks you up and down. No, I don't think I would have. Honesty. God damn. Just give me access to the tea shop. He mutters. His eyes. He's thinking of making a choice. The goblins are not the only ones with eyes on our scorched tea shop. In fact, I've been advised to simply ignore the whole thing. To just let it go. That would be a sound choice, if the goal is to avoid political fallout. Politically, that would be wise. True, we won't gain votes by any of these. However, Sage Leaf is insistent. He sighs and looks out the window. I'm in a difficult position, cleric. Don't make it easier for me, will you? And how do I do that, my lord? He speaks with a projected voice and says, I want to be able to trust you. He interrupts you, continuing, trust that you'll be able to keep this on the down low. He fears something about this tea shop. That if anything unseemly were to be uncovered, you'd of course keep such things from non-city affiliated factions. This coin-lord fellow flaps his lips like a barnacle goose, but you can follow. Do you understand? Not a question, a demand. If a city-affiliated actor caused the explosion, then this coin-lord is done for. Of course he's going to be careful. Wait, this is your chance to stand your ground. Turn the tide on this fucking combo. He's trying to steamroll me, right? Yep. He's really manhandling you. Hilarious. Come on, stand up for yourself. He'll respect you for it. You gotta catch up. Man, I've annoyed him. Plus, no, I don't think I'm gonna. Even with that +1 is not gonna be enough. Fine, I understand, my lord. Ugh. Good. I'll be blunt. I want you to keep incriminating evidence away from the goblins. Anything that contradicts the official stance shall be stricken from the record, so to speak. Stare at the magistrate until he keeps talking. He stares back for a while, taking a deep breath. This was a fireplace failure. Or if you cannot sell that to Sage Leaf. At the very least, this was not an esoteric event. But it probably was, right? He smiles. No comment. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. The magistrate shrugs. That's not a problem. Just do it anyway. You see his eyes twitch for a split second. You got a chance. This is your chance. You can catch up. Well, it's only slightly better. I got to believe. Oh my god, I did it. You close your eyes. You listen now, you big buffoon, you. You got approximately 1.5 seconds before this word Mancer takes control of the conversation again. So it's time to shoot your shot. And you know exactly what to do. Tell him my deepest secret, the mana race, ask what he will vote in the election. Ask what he will vote in the election? No! Of course not! You gotta get him off balance! And of course, you know exactly how to do that. Hug him, punch him in the face, sit in his lap. I'll try to jump out the window. I need to make a counter offer? I mean, let's be honest, sitting in his lap would get him completely off balance. I don't even know if that chair would sustain the weight of 2 people. Anyway, I need to make a counter offer? I mean... No! There's no time to explain the many ways that's wrong! Okay, I need to make a counter offer. That's exactly it, sort of. You open your eyes after a very long blink to find the magistrate tapping his fingers against his cheek. He's just about to keep going in his rant when you interrupt him by going, "I'm a busy man, magistrate." Your comment causes him to stop speaking. Your politicking is important, fine, but I have a job to do. My career's on the line here. He simply looks at you, silent for once. I am a rational actor. I will obviously keep the city's interest in mind, but in return, you must offer me leeway in this. He leans back in his chair. Grant me access to the tea shop. In return, I'll keep the goblins off your back, and I'll make sure Tolstad remains calm for the election. The knife is in, now twist it! You have a duty to the city, magistrate. Allow me to perform mine. A smirk creeps onto his face. A rational actor, he mumbles. With what motivation, then? Quick, don't leave him hanging. You know what to say. Money, power, revenge. I mean, I don't particularly want money and I don't particularly want power, so I guess I particularly want revenge. He scoffs, glancing down at the newspaper once more. The coin lord seems to leave a silence hanging into the air. He's thinking. Fine, I can work with that. The fast Fred is cardamom poison. No one would ever speak ill of that wonderful spice. Report back to me on election day. Make sure to clear this up with the goblins before then, will you? Thank you, magistrate. You're so nice. Just make it happen. And now I will just go. A well of many colors. Painted onto the ancient stone blocks, colorful imagery rises over you. It is faded. You're gone. It is beautiful. What is this, some kind of whale? A mural of some ancient civilization. Fade era, most likely. The second out of 5 eras, when Yor went silent, and the ancient terrors were slowly replaced by those in charge today. This is when humans first arrived, for example. These ancient towers around Tolstad must have been covered in such a paint. Long ago. It's pretty beautiful, I would say. Truly. It must have been the Tolling cult. For the snail who inscribed these visuals did so with esoteric means. The figure on the wall stares at you. I'll leave it alone for now, but something tells me I will have to not leave it alone later. Okay. I guess, The magistrate apple tree is, it's broken. A branch from the majestic apple tree in the magistrate's yard. Seen anything suspicious lately? The tree does not respond. How do I reach those apples on the roof? You would have to use Mage Hand, of course. In order to procure, make sure to dive through every source of esoteric knowledge you can find on this Forsaken Island fortress. Do not bother, just climb up, it's easy. Maybe. Again, I know where Mage Hand is. I was told, because I was actually really curious. So, you know, I asked. I was told. The problem is that I need to have the spell that gives me all of the languages, and since I don't have the spell that teaches me all of the languages so I can understand every language, I cannot get fucking Mage Hand. A pile of ledgers covering official city seals. Ooh. You look over a thick pile of documents, each adorned with the symbol of a fish. Official city documents could contain useful information. Do you see the size of this pile? It takes hours to go through it all. Flip through and skim. Documents are not very organized. However, as your eyes glance over titles, reports, and statements made over decades, you do find a few that catch your attention. Sweeping your gaze over the pile, you immediately stop at a bill of sales. A sale by the city to the Ascani Rates Trading Company. Just lifting the ledgers one by one gives you a strong feeling of not wanting to do this right now. Go quest instead. The older files, focus on the oldest. That's where you'll find interesting perspectives. Obviously, just look for any mention of the tea shop. However, be careful. Each attempt to analyze a document will take time out of your day. Yeah, I'll deal with that later in that case. A copper calendar. That is not broken like the other copper calendar. A pile of books on the topic of theology and history. Oh. Less. You bless yourself with divine guidance. For the duration, you add 1d4 to all ability checks. Not to self. Go to a temple and actually put that on me because I feel like I'm gonna need it. A glorious shrine to the one and only Earth. Speaking of. Prepare spells. I need that bless. I'm gonna put Shield on Fate. Grease, just in case I need some greasing. This is a cantrip, so it doesn't count. I don't think I need Detect Alignment, all things considered, so I'll take Cure Wounds and Prayer of Healing. Oh, I have space for Detect Alignment. Okay, well, sure, why not? And now, a fine place to sleep, relatively speaking. Time to Eve. There it goes. The first day on the job. Before you lies a bedroll. Can I go to sleep now? Yes, your body is weary. Why do I have to sleep? That's the spirit. If you stay awake for more than 48 hours, your body will cease to function in its current state, which is not good for your physical health. You should go to bed now. Taking a long rest restores your hit points, hit dice, lowers your exhaustion to 0, and returns your spent spell slots. A long rest lasts 8 hours, and you can take one after 8 p.m. each day. No, really, what is this thing? It's a bed. It doesn't look like a bed. Leather bound and filled with ox clippings. Most likely bubble yarn. Hair fibers taken from an Ascani Mega Ox, not as fancy as it sounds. Somewhat soft. A bedroll. I see, like one of those things adventurers use when sleeping on a journey. Yes. This is going to hurt your back. At least there's no snoring here. Remember the barracks? You hear only wind here, and the occasional giant seagull call. It will be a good place to rest. Okay, fine. Time to take a long rest. Staying within the confines of the guard tower, you successfully spend 8 hours on your long rest. No need to roll any encounters, you had enough for one adventuring day. Now let's see. As for those youngsters, brave of you to not rush in like that. Lots of radicals on the streets these days. But these Unrollos seem like they've been at war for quite some time. Maybe this won't be the last you see of them. Ah, boy. I'm sorry about letting you stumble into the city below. I'm just surprised you made it out alive. I died 3 times! You really handled that fire trap quite well. Couldn't have done it without Snell, huh? He's my best friend. Though considering you waltzed right into the gelatinous queue, let's just say you're real lucky to be alive. Now it's time to deal with the main quest. The tea shop awaits. Well then. Wake up, nerd. Yeah. Your muscles strain as the second day begins. Today you need to gather more evidence. This mystery will not solve itself. I'm not feeling too good. I fell asleep quickly for once. I have the weirdest dreams. Questions, who cares if I actually complete the mission or not? Your patriarch, for one. There are rumors that the Law Lord is putting a lot of pressure on your superiors. The magistrate handling judiciary rulings, stockades, archiving, culture, the Algar, as well as anything esoteric, currently held by Swentil Alemican in the Palace District. One of the last Earthful houses to arrive after the founding of Norbik, they originally went east during the Coast War, but a handful of them survived and fled to Norbik with several Arcanist artifacts. Today they are highly revered in the city, the third Lord Patriarch Hagar having been of their bloodline. Lord Patriarch, the commander of city forces and top cleric beneath Earth. The title is appointed by Earth. Currently, Lord Akesam holds the title, having led the city for the past 30 years. He is a withdrawn leader, over 80 years of age, and has put most power in the hands of the magistrates. Yes, Alemican has been very thorough in his management of the Argaras of late in preparation for this foolish election. If you cause trouble, if you don't handle this, there will be trouble. Even more so than last time. Last time was bullshit, everyone knows it. I have the weirdest dreams. Do you? The stress of a new job. Get yourself together. New city, new tower, new bedroll, new ish. You'll be a little scatterbrained. It is what it is. Some say dreams are the mortal mind's way of receiving divinations. But that's bullshit, just don't think about it, okay? Well, sure. Actually, I don't feel so good. This is literally how you feel like 50% of the time. More sleep would help. Perhaps tomorrow. Okay, fine. Let's start our day. Oh, hi, ma'am. You're here. Celestial appears to focus on her work, a stack of many documents with her many eyes. There is no acknowledgement of your presence in her many eyes. She is avoiding eye contact in an effort to avoid conversation. None of them are looking at you. What are the odds? I'm busy. Just look at her documents. Yeah, detailed notes about the tea shop. You need help with that? I do not require assistance, cleric. Mustn't have the courage to ask her about Earth. God damn it. Should I? It is challenging and I have -1. You live like this? Bitch, you live like this. I can't just ask her about Earth, right? That depends. Do you think she would respect you for daring to ask such a question? Yeah, it's only DC-13, to be fair. Although I have -1. No, that sounds horrifying. Earth's death weighs heavily on his closest servants. This is the type of question that might be widely offensive to an angel. But then again, many of them might want to talk about it, with the expected silence weighing heavily on them. Hard to say. -2! Yes! Because I was very bold. I was so good. Thank you, Lady Fair. I knew that having Lady Fair would be good for me. I knew that I would need it to talk to women. You clench. You oppose unnecessary bodily functions. And some necessary ones like breathing. Then you focus on the goal. Speech! Tell me about Earth. She stops writing. Uh-oh! She mimics a sigh. The fated man god. Earth of Norvik. That's the guy. Yes. She lifts her hand, pointing towards your chest. I serve his remnants. She is Mokov. Celestial, meaning something akin to children of dragons. The term refers to how most humans were slaves to dragons for centuries before the Arcanists broke those chains. Hey, the city is more than just a remnant. She does not react. She disagrees. The Celestial turns her head in your direction just a bit. I uphold my honor through service to the Coin Lord. Yeah, he kind of really sucks. Sounds kind of like a shitty job. A job. She turns back to her documents. I am unsure about many things. Yet for now, I serve. For good or ill. Her stance, it relaxes. Ever so slightly, she settles in your presence. You've got an in! She is a fascinating creature. Ask her more. God, she's terrifying! There we go. Now she will speak with you, for real. For real, for real. What do I know about Celestials like her? Celestials, a gathering term for creatures born out of and from the Good Plains. There are many such creatures scattered across the coast. The only major civilization of Celestials is located in Divinitorum, the Golden Horde. Should I even talk to her? Should I keep talking to her? I shouldn't keep talking to her. I should keep talking to her. She is lonely, but her demeanor does not scream, please socialize with me. What do you know about the pale man in the morgue? She closes the book floating before her. Avoid that creature, there is darkness there. Okay, he's definitely the lich. He's the lich. That guy is the lich. She doesn't even call him a human, she calls him a creature. He's the lich. Okay, sure. Her halo spins erratically for a moment. I have been told to not interfere. But with the Mortician and his helpers. He's surely a powerful wizard in hiding. Oh, but he seems like such a normal guy. Helpers? Did he have something to do with the tea shop? Should I keep an eye on him then? Is he a wizard? Helpers? Mercenaries, creatures who roam below, dark spirits. Okay, yeah, he's a lich. They are unofficially sanctioned. No one opposes their presence, for Viscan keeps them in line. Do not engage them unless forced. Okay, good info, thanks. She opens her book again. You have very cool armor, by the way. Thank you. No, thank you. She just keeps working. What do you think about the goblins? What information do you require? Who are they, as people here on Torstar? Can I trust the chieftain? What do goblins do here, just in general? How are they, as people here in general on Torstar? Weak-willed and powerless as individuals. A creature that survives through reliance on the group and on greater creatures. That's not fair, they're clearly stronger than they look. Her eyes glance at you. I would describe humans the same way. She's calling you weak, not okay. Fair. Well, we are stronger together. Yeah, well, she's an angel. I guess I will cross my eyes, my arms like a cool guy and just be like, oh, interesting. But I do not see it as a negative. The voice softens. Humility and trust are important traits in all, for all. Agreed. Huh. The angels got some weird views. Spoken like a true celestial, bound by selfless ideals. That is what I think. What else? Can I trust their chieftain? Lady Sageleaf is a powerful creature. Do not trifle with her or her pawns. Her behavior is clean and highly acceptable. However, she does meddle in dark actions when needed. She looks at you for a few seconds. Perform your duties and leave. That is my advice. She's smart. Avoiding gangs like that is the only decent way of preservation. They'll chew you up and spit you out. Okay, how about other non-goblin related questions? You are an ethereal, yet also a very imposing woman, and I happen to be into non-humans and also imposing women. I have tried to flirt with a sphinx. Imposing. Ethereal. The telepathic voice gets dropped down several octaves. All the way down your back, your spine! Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen with a D20. I don't think we're gonna get a 28 roll with a D20 and nothing else. So you know what? Never mind that, actually. I will physically recoil. Her many eyes stare at you for approximately 3.5 seconds. Then she says, "Okay. Have a good day, Etir." I mean, that's diabolical, but the roll for the Mortician guy is worse. He has like a 32 wisdom. 32 wisdom just to figure out that he's a lich when it's super obvious that he's a lich. You are wearing a very garish yellow. Are you Frank, son of Frank? I need to get Snell first, but you better be Frank, son of Frank, when I'm back. At least it lowers every time you try. That's good. But like, I'm not gonna... I don't hate myself enough to try. I'm terrified. Which is, to be fair, perfectly in character for the cleric. He clearly is not good with women. Seeing as I died when Snell asked me about women. Oh, actually, I might have it faster if I go through here. Which is still the funniest thing, because it's the first death that I had. The first literal death that I had was... Hi, Snell, let's have a conversation to get to know each other. And he's like, yeah, sure. He tells me about a terrible date that he has. And then I'm like, well, that's embarrassing. And then he's like, and what about you? And then I immediately die because I'm too terrified to talk about women. Even with my best mate, Snail. My bestest bro. Hi, Snail, I'm here. Huh? Morning, cleric. The goblin rubs his eyes. You ready to head out? Have Snail join the party. Yeah, more or less. The goblin collects his things, strapping a pouch on his hip, adjusting his jacket. As he finishes up, he says, by the way, yesterday with Darrow. Thanks. Doesn't make much of a difference to people like him, but seeing you stand up to Darrow like that, priceless. I only did what was right. What an honorable cleric you picked up. Oh boy. Finally, Snell puts the pouch inside his inner jacket pocket. Oh, crowns. Seems like a fair amount. Alright, I'm ready. Snell has joined your party. Okay. Order of operations. Because we need an order of operations. First and foremost, I'm gonna get that goddamn mimic thing done. We are going to do that, and that's the wrong door. Well, actually, I might actually want to talk to you, mister, but first. Actually, this might be the right way to... Yeah, this is the right way. Order of operations. We go and get the mimic thing done. Shouldn't take us too long. And then we go to the tea house. This house is located within these walls, just a bit further. And there was another question here? Oh, here. A not so tiny dictator. Anyway, I was saying. We go down below. We get the mimic. And then we get to the tea house and figure out what the fuck is going on there. I'll be honest, if that guy had not given me the, Wait, can I just trifle the rat? Why can't you steal the rats? I thought I would need to talk to them. I love rats. A white rat. It acts shyly, but approaches you nonetheless. It looks like it doesn't really want to get grabbed by you, but it also doesn't fight it. Instead, it just follows along, sort of not very happy with the situation, but what can you do? I love rats. I love rats. And I've seen many rats, actually. There were rats on the other side. I need to grab those rats first. I remember seeing a rat. Someone around here. Oh, it's the mushroom lady. Hi, mushroom lady. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't that path that, there was a rat. Well, I also need to go in that direction now that I think about it, but first the mimic. First I'll deal with the mimic situation, we'll finish that, and then we'll deal with the tea house, and then we'll do the other stuff. And I mustn't get into the gelatinous cube, because that would be terrible. And now I should be safe. Thank you. Thank you for not reactivating the trap just because the day passed game, because otherwise I would cry. Hey, you have rats. Would you like any of my rats? The hulking beast looks at you with a deep hunger. Your gut biome quivers. Great greets, human. I found this rat! Show him the white rat. The monster stares at you as you hold up the white rat in an uncomfortable grip. Great sees that. There are 5 of them. They make a lot of noise when they come around. Put the rat back in your pouch. I guess I'll have to find all 5 rats then. But why? It's a quest! Who gave you these quests? I'm not sure. Then you should probably reconsider before you head out on a rat hunting mission, since nobody has promised you any pay for it. So yeah, think about that. It keeps on grilling. I will return with 5 rats. Because I love rats, Kraid. I just think they're cute. Oh, right, and there was also you, which I probably should have realized you existed. A massive statue of a minotaur. The door closes behind you. Your companion lets out an audible gulp. Gasselduba. But so shiny, but so sunny this. Now, why did you let me go into this obviously terrifying chamber? Sorry. The words change tone and intensify, mimicking your own way of speech. You have stepped into the 5th chamber of trials. This will be your final and most mounting challenge yet, O champions of the host. If outside again you wish to see, answer me these questions 3, the answer of which I shall judge fairly upon thine soul. Who will take the first step? Damn it, why do you have to pick the scary red light cow room? Remain silent and stare meekly at the statue. What happens if I say the wrong answer? You will be cast into eternal peril. Do I have to answer all 5 questions correctly? 3 questions. 3 questions! 3, okay, I got it. Do I have to answer all 3 questions correctly? Answer me questions 3, the answer of which I shall judge fairly upon thy soul. Wait, are you a sentient type of trial guardian, or are you more of the magic mouth type? Who will take the first step? The statue obviously has a magic mouth spell cast on it. It is programmed to react to certain types of inquiries in the speaker's original tongue. Do not think about it too much. Answering the questions in a straight manner will do just fine with this barbaric setup. Okay, fine, but only because I'm high intelligence. Ask me your questions, Guardian. I am not afraid. Actually, I'll raise my hand and just be like, me? The light lands upon you. First question. Get ready. Whatever is thrown your way, you will know the answer. What is your name? Whoa, deja vu. Not this again. I guess my name is The Light Intensifies. Say ragged. Wouldn't it be funny if I said something completely unexpected here and it turned out to be the correct answer? No! Fine. Simply state your name. My name is ragged. The light blinds you for a moment and you feel the chamber shake. What is your quest? To solve the mystery of the tea shop that blew up? Again, the eyes of the cow glare into a fiery beam. What is your greatest fear? I don't want to answer that. To be abandoned? Very relatable of you, Rang, by the way. Most relatable cleric. Greatest fear is just to be abandoned. Yeah. Relatable. Yeah. For a third time, you feel that rumble, along with the hot gaze of the Minotaur. Minotaur, a common term for bovine folk, a rare folk upon the coast, mostly found in Hexi and inland Virginia. A term for travel towards the endless waste, away from the coast. It turns to your companion. The chosen will be you. Snell in response gives off a shocked scoff. That's easy. You can sense the relief pass over him. Yeah, this was pretty stupid, all that build-up for nothing. At least the cows know how to put on a show. The goblin stands up straight, facing the light. Go ahead, Guardian, ask your questions. What is your name? My name is Snail. He enunciates perfectly. The eyes of the statue grow stronger once more. What is your quest? You catch him glancing to the side for a second. My quest is... Be quiet and hope the goblin doesn't fuck this up. My quest is to serve Lady Sageleaf. Again it rumbles and you get to the crescendo of that final third question. Nothing bad yet, very nice. Snail looks confident. What is the scholarly definition of numerism? His face drops. What? What is the scholarly definition of numerism? That depends. Arcane Era scholarly definition or Divine Era scholarly definition? Arcane Era? Numerism is the governmental rule of divine dictatorship. It is quite terrible. Squat down and stare at the goblin as the light grows more intense. He looks around shruggingly, wildly, glare at him. Attempt to show Snell what numerism is. Or means, rather. The goblin has his eyes fixed on you as you hold up your hands. Pretend to act like a tyrannical magic man with a big stick, then pretend to use magic to mind control your followers, then pretend to show how those followers slowly become you as way better arcanists come into power through a fair system of meritocracy during the Arcane Era. Pretend to pray, then pretend to be a big strong earth, then pretend to show how people congregate into cultural units underneath a god kings during the Divine Era. I don't think either of these are gonna save our asses, but I think maybe the Divine Era one is easier to pantomime. His eyes are full of panic as you spend precious seconds waving your hands around. His panic overwhelms him. He is unable to even begin to focus on your attempt to communicate. Unfortunately, he opened his mouth to speak, still staring at you dumbfounded. What the fuck are you doing? Oh. Beneath you, a sea of spikes. Oh! No. Microseconds, that's what you've got. But somehow you do manage to stretch out, sprawl out with your hands landing on rough stone, and your feet, well, let's just say, you're in a bit of a shitty position right now. Man, I'm built different. Do not move. Do you want me to stay like this? Just a bit longer. The goblin attempts to take a step down your lower back. You feel your feet slip an inch. Whoa! Shit! Your entire body is quaking. You cannot hold this for long. Okay, new plan. A spider climb. Second level transmutation spell allows the target to move across vertical surfaces with ease and speed by turning the limbs sticky and powerful. I don't have a spider climb prepared? You don't have spider climb prepared? Why would I have a spider climb prepared? I don't even have it on my list of spells. I don't know, what would you? I actually can't think of a single useful situation for it. You did used to have spider climb in your spellbook before the river took your collection. Alas, you will have to do this the brutish way. You're going to die here. Hold out. Let me climb off. Wait, if you fail at holding on, won't that kill you right away? You will hold on. Snell is on your damn back. That is a disadvantage, I would say. Okay. Let's Constitution, I believe in you. Oh, thank God. Tell him. You can hold. Do it, I can hold. Fuck it, fine. After a moment of deliberation, the goblin then scrambles up your back, using your helm as a stepping stone, and leaps for the edge of the pit. The flesh is firm. His claws find purchase on the stone. He pulls himself up. Okay, I'm out. A few agonizing seconds later, climb up on the side. The voice starts up again as you do. You have braved the pit of wrong answers. Breathe and stand. Wobbly but firm. You stand. Step forward and claim your prize, the plunder I hate this place so much. Your companion mutters to himself. Again, just to reiterate, Snell says across the gap, this place is somewhat dangerous. That was a bullshit question. Mine were way easier. Agreed. Not that it's that much of a surprise. Esoteric bullshit token statues tend to be filled with esoteric bullshit. Who would have thought? The statue is now entirely silent, and you hear an esoteric boom coming from the drawer between its legs. That sound, it unlocked. It was the exact noise an arcane seal makes during breaking. A strange exercise, but one you met well. Think of all the people who have met their end in a place like this. It is quite depressing. Awesome! Let's see what kind of bling that cow is hiding. Let's check it out. An incense bowl. An jacinth? A red gemstone. It's very pretty and probably very expensive. Once this whole election business is over, you could either sell it on the black market or turn it in at the tower for a reward. Neither would net you a fortune, but maybe a fraction of a fortune. That's the tower key. Ooh, it gives me 1 strength. A cheap stone bowl. It contains several layers of ancient incense. If kept on your person, it grants a passive incense burn. It also makes you smell a bit wonky, of course, and the smoke is really bad for your lungs, but at least it's not addictive. +1 intelligence and +1 wisdom, but minus charisma and constitution. Well done. Okay, let's go back to what we were actually here to do, which was, you know, you stare at the sign. Okay, come on, bro. We're supposed to be able to do this one. Oh my god! Nope. You have no idea, but you should probably be careful. You don't notice a slight gap in the side of the sign. Oh my god. Touch the sign, I guess. The second your gloved hand touches the surface of the sign, you realize something is off. Mainly because it's soft. And then... Hi! Ow! Worth it! The many, many long teeth dig into your hand, breaking the skin, crushing the bone. I knew it. No, he didn't. A dozen eyes spawn from nowhere across the wooden surface, which is quickly turning rubbery and wriggling. Scream and flail. Your hand is stuck, nailed within the maw of the beast. It lets out a gurgling, chortling noise as it vibrates upon the wall. As the creature chews upon your flesh, you seem to recall an interesting factoid. Not the time! It's always time for knowledge. You see, you once read that if you are bitten, lockjawed by a beast like this, there's only one thing you should do. Shove the hand deeper. It's risky, but going deeper might just work. Whatever you do, do not touch it with the other hand. Put it with your free hand immediately. Snell is trying his best. Snell is also trying his best if I use Constitution. On the one hand, Dexterity is +1. On the other hand, Constitution is a lower roll, so... let's... I believe in the power of my stomach. Thank God. The pain is intense. It gnaws at you. Embrace it! Ram your entire arm into the maw. As you push your arm forward, the many sharp little teeth are actually tugged out of your flesh. Go deeper. The creature's many eyes go wider and wider. As the teeth begin to scrape against your elbow, it begins making a squealing wet noise. Like a squirrel choking on nuts. Hehe, nuts. Then its maw widens as well. It's letting you go. See? Friend! Pull out your arm. With the teeth just barely not slicing your entire arm into strands of flesh, you quickly ripped it out of the mimic's maw. It is left wheezing and gargling upon the wall. Stumbling back, you hold your bleeding hand. The goblin steps in between you and the monster. Get back! His many eyes focus on you too, and then... Righto, hold on! It speaks in a harsh, sharp tone. It speaks? You cannot sneak up on you cannot sneak up on one. Sometimes my mouth cannot contain it is hunger. Interesting. There have been documentation of mimics bred for greater intelligence, but they are commonly seen as extinct in the current post-war era. The fifth and current era, only 27 years in, but often seen as an era of mending after the brutal Coast War. Many suggest it will be an era of ideologies, a struggle to determine the next dominant force on the coast. But you can't just bite someone like that. Apology, it is what it is. Alright then, it's time. Talk this bad boy over to your side, you can do it. We're not destroying the adorable mimic. I honestly did not expect you to talk. This is kind of throwing me off a little. Do not talk often, no, but you understand. Yes, I understand you. Understand, that is good. In colony we speak good, nice, forward. Using mouth is not as speak good. The thing might be hideous, but it's not outwardly aggressive right now. If you want to reach out to it properly, try to mimic its speech pattern. Pun intended. Yes, this monster is not mindless, and while its intentions seem to stem from survival, that is not the most evil of leanings. Perhaps you can indeed hear it out. You can trust a monster built to trick people to death? So, you are friendly? The creature makes a nodding-like motion. I am! Well then, time to talk. Look, the goblin says, standing away from the monster. I wouldn't trust this thing at the end of a 10-foot pole. However, if you can get some nice info out of it. He shrugs. Trust would verify, right? So, The mimic looks around. Mission, we said to guard, stash. A stash, huh? But room change place, chamber shift, time pass. So guard make moves, feeding guardian from people coming from not dungeon. The poor little guy has been stuck down here for a very long time. But Meek can talk, talk a lot as Meek. Your name is Meek? Meek, yes, that's a great name. Yes, yes. You must be lonely down here. Not alone always. Colony is somewhere in past and west. Long time spent in colony. Most are very dumb in colony. They don't enjoy smart. They kick out, not allowed to smart. Anti-intellectualism truly is a cancer upon our realm. You were kicked out because you were too smart? The mimic clasps its many teeth together. It is curse, smart curse. How strangely relatable. You kiss its ass? He shared his pain with being too smart. Can I ask it to join the party, really? It will help to have more allies, if you can call a mimic ally. If you can get the creature to just hang about and share its info, then why not? A mimic would be a decent familiar. The goblin, however, has not proven to be a sufficient servant. Intelligence, stop being rude to Snell. He is our best friend. Snell glances at you as you stand there in silence. I am going to make this mimic my best friend also. Excellent. Right. Well, this might seem pretty simple at this point, but you gotta convince this thing that you'll be its new master. Oh. And you do that by, well... Hey, Mimic, Meek? Yes, yes. When was the last time you saw your master? Master, yes, master was... It features on the wall. Master had a... Master say, Meek should then... Meek not see master for long. Long. There we go. You made those gears start turning. Now hit him with the big one. Your old master is gone, Meek. Oh, but... No buts. He's gone. But it's okay. I will be your new master. Oh. The mimic's eyes go... the mimic's eye goes wild, revealing a horrifying mess of shiny pupils. Then it begins to shake. No, that does not... That does not. What? Only master can order. Old order, still fresh order. Maybe ask, what exactly was the order? Order? Master took gar meek gar stash. Gar meek only gar by master. Only order by master. Well, there's a loophole there. Your guard meek? Guard is title. Title is guard. So if you stop having the title, then you're no longer guard meek, and thus you don't need to follow the orders. Meek stares at you for a moment. It turns to your companion as well. Sounds logical to me. Yes, that work. But Meek is guard Meek. Not anymore. By the power granted to me by the city of Norbig, I now officially deputize you, Mr. Meek. What? The mimic jolts around on the wall. Your new title is now Deputy Meek. Congratulations! Wanna join the party? The horrid screeching sound is emitted from the monster as it leaps towards you. Shit! The goblin yells and steps back. Embrace it! Within a moment, you realize that the mimic has left his pose and turned into a cloak. Oh boy. Cloak I am. If danger I tell. A familiar has joined your party. Keep familiars equipped to gain bonuses in dice checks. Deputy Meek at service. Are you sure that's safe? What's the worst that could happen, Snell? It'll be useful to have a little guy around. Yes, little guy. Fuck it, I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's keep the mimir around, why not? He mutters to himself, I can write a book on famous last words of this whole thing. Let's go! Let's see, my friend. Your buddy Meek. He keeps you out of trouble. And he's better than my old cloak. Which is, you know, minus charisma and also kind of tattered because I fell into a river. He's so cute. The scarf thing, the scarf with a face flips around in your grasp to face you. Ahoy! Hello, Meek. Hello, Master. You do enjoy being called Master. Yes, a mimic is a strange familiar, but this one is not half bad. Meek is very excited to join an adventure. He cares so much for you, for such little in return. You must value this poor, wonderful creature. It is pure. It is but a freshly faced child smiling into the sun. You keeping an eye out for traps and stuff? Yes, Master. Meek no underground good. Meek will warn in time for traps. Considering its instinctual nature, don't expect it to warn you before the trap is triggered. Sweet, might be creepy to have a monster around your neck, but if it gives you a bit of a heads up to any trap being triggered, it'll at least give you a decent advantage. Just don't trust it too much. Yeah, that's all for now, Meek. I will talk to you later. What's in there? A bone dust and... knock? Choose an object that you can see within range. The object can be a door, a box, a chest, a set of manacles, a padlock, or another object that contains a mundane or magical means that prevents access. A target that is held shut by a mundane lock or that is stuck or barred becomes unlocked, unstuck, or unbarred. If the object has multiple locks, only one of them is unlocked. When you cast a spell, a loud knock audible from as far away as 300 feet emanates from the target object. Well, that makes it not good for stealth, I would say. And let's see what's here. Money, potion of healing, and some incense. Did I read everything here? The books wait where you left them. What do you mean by big heart, Meek? All master has word on all. Spell cast the late spell heart big if not careful. Then just leave them alone? The knowledge will be worth it, surely. I already checked the books. Now that we have our companion, and we've checked most of the things around here, sort of. We'll have to see when I eventually get to that, yellow man Frank, son of Frank. On this direction, please. But for now, we can go to the tea shop because we did what we needed to do. We'll go through the other passage, which probably has some other stuff that is important later. First, I need to see what's on that tea shop. And I also want to check something. Rat? It's not a rat that I can grab, okay. I love my rats. I don't want to leave any behind. Okay, I want to recheck you for a second. Yeah, 31. I'm gonna have to ask some other people later about you, but like... I'm pretty sure he's just the lich. Like, he's a lich. Like, he has a book signed by a guy who wrote it. Like, a book signed by the guy who wrote it, which is like, I don't know, like 200 years old, some shit. There's an esoteric effect in place here, stopping rainwater. Like, clearly that guy is a lich. And if he's not a lich, I will literally eat my own flippers. He is a lich. I know he is. My good sir, are you sure that you're not Frank, son of Frank, with that yellow outfit that you're wearing? Wait, where am I going? Right. Here's the proper direction. Who are you? Oh, the singer from the bar. I don't know what you're doing on top of a burned building, but by all means, ma'am, continue doing what you're doing. We love some ambient music when figuring shit out. You approach the tea shop door once more. Right, tea shop, so what's the plan, cleric? Clear your throat and speak the password, Cardamom poison. Saying the words immediately causes the nails to jump out of the planks. The blue aura of the arcane lock spell just fades away. They fall to the ground, one after the other. You actually made it in, well done! The goblin shakes his head. Cardamom? Your companion does not enjoy the taste of sweet, sweet cardamom. You don't like cardamom cakes, Nell? He makes a disgruntled noise. I don't partake, cleric. Beyond lights the ruined tea shop. You can smell it already. It's like you're looking into a burnt-out fireplace. The ash and cinder is all that remains. The goblin gives you a serious look. It's time, cleric. You get ready to step inside. Your body begins shivering. Keep your guard up. Get ready to run. Mix smell of fire. Bad magic leave stained here. Master, be careful inside. The tea shop awaits. Okay, let's see what's in this place. Well, this place looks fucked up. Only the stone base remains. You step in behind the counter. There are compartments filled with ruined tin boxes. In the back, there's a complicated set of tubes and pipes combining into some type of tea-making machine. A brewer. Not often you get to see those these days. For such a fine and expensive piece of machinery to break. A shame. I'll have a sweet with cream, please, Snell says nastily. He leans over the counter. Oh, make that hot cream. Actually, my tummy's sensitive today. He's making fun of humans and their love of milk. Not the best joke, but he'll like you more if you play along. Answer in a snobby tone. We only serve Hillsar's oat milk, sir. The goblin looks at you, then looks at the counter. Then looks at you again. That's called a double take. Good job. Look at his face. Pure shock. Good one, cleric. He waves his claw. Check the counter. For a short instant, he actually thought you were funny. Damn. Look at the surface. There's a slab of wood covering the stone base of the countertop. More like charcoal at this point. It was once finally sanded bracken, now ruined. Look over the machine. Pipes and levers melted, glass shattered. This was once a fine work of engineering. Check the pipes. Copper pipes, expensive. Once shiny, now charred and bent. Handcrafted, you can see the markings of a rounded hammer across it. A lot of care went into this machine. Check the copper chamber at the top. This is where you put the tea leaves. As you lean in, you don't see much beyond some burnt muck through the cracks. But you do smell something. It smells awful. Your stomach turns. I will lean in closer. Come on, don't. Inhale the horrible smell. You smell the disgusting burnt muck through the gaps of your helm. It smells like disgusting burnt muck. But this is no good. You know this is bad. What smells foul makes your nose stronger. That's not true. Holy hell, stop shoving your face into whatever this shit is. Look back. Your knees shake, but you stand. Take care of yourself better. As you turn around, you find the goblin glaring at you with a worried expression. I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. Check the output valve. There's a metal valve at the end. It's shut. It's only shut when it's brewing. That means he was working during the explosion. Open the valve. You try to turn the valve, but it bends at an odd angle. Wait, that's not how a valve is supposed to feel. It's stuck? Be careful. Only with finesse can you tame a machine like this. Because you're such an expert at that. You carefully put pressure on the valve as you turn the little lever. Suddenly you hear a snap. A tiny piece of copper comes flying towards you, hitting your helmet with a dink. You totally let it do that. Oh, there's more. Shit, step back. The valve bursts open, releasing an oozing pile of tea, ash, and God's only knows what else onto the floor. Gods be damned. Snell mutters and holds his nose. The scent is particularly awful. Avoid. Avoid! I mean, it's a DC 3, it's fine. Foulness! But nothing you cannot stand. You smell the fetid melted ooze. This is disgusting! The goblin is dry heaving next to you. Try your best not to puke. Alas, you persevere. The floor behind the counter is now covered in a layer of ashy mulch. Ugh, what did I gain from these? A loud ding comes out of the machine as the last dribble of ooze exits the canister. Still operational, what the hell? Operational, more like leaking innards. After the bell, a box opens up at the top of the machine. Inside, you see dry tea leaves. It's the steam leaves. They're supposed to add extra flavor. And that sand, they are ukul leaves from Kargamesh. The Jewel of Kargamesh means endless pillars in Primordial, a natural wonder of the world. An underground city where all elements live in harmony, rivers of water and lava intertwine, and clouds gather around a forest of enormous stone pillars, a paradise far from the coast and the undersea. Wait, this thing was ready to go. Doesn't that mean it was being used during the explosion? Possibly. Truly a possibility. Alright, well, that means those tea leaves are evidence. The goblin is correct for once. Evidence, huh? Nell stares at you. Yeah, pick up the leaves, clerics. Oh, right. Of course. Yeah, of course. Grab the leaves. You carefully place the dry leaves in your pouch. The goblin gives you a nod. Now can we please not hang around this scoop? Look into the charred boxes first. Tin boxes full of tea leaves. Or they're supposed to be. The heat from the explosion has melted both the tin and its contents. It's just ash now. Damn, was hoping at least one of these would be intact. Selling tea is a legit side hustle. The margins are bonkers. Stop looking around the shop counter. Comes to what was once porcelain. On the floor beneath the shell, you find a pile of broken porcelain. Damn, it's like a clump, he says and coughs a little. The heat must have been extremely intense at this spot to cause such an effect. Old master had cup like these. Sorry, what? Old master had big collection. Of cups? Yeah. Teacups? Yeah. Yes. This old master of yours sure is a strange character. Yes. Trying to pick one up. Grabbing the edge of a cup reveals how stuck it is. You can't move it an inch. Leaving the form by the fire. The heat must have been thousands of degrees. Can I pull it harder? It would only break. No use. Okay, I'll stop you to looking at the cups, I think. It reeks. I feel like I'm gonna check around this thing first. Like, this is where the explosion happens, clearly. So I would like to check. around it first. Used to be a scene for customers. Along the wall you find a row of booths. Any textiles are obviously ruined, but the wood itself stands. Interesting. Your companion squats down and checks under the tables. Yep, it's fucked down here too. Where should I look first? The left booth doesn't seem interesting. Nell checks the right one. Check the central booth. The militia hose the whole place down, Snell says while lifting the coal-like wood piece. Especially here in the front, it's all sludge. Going to be hard finding any signs of anything. Don't be so negative. Negative? He waggles the wood piece in your direction. Realistic. Yell if you find something. You focus on this particular booth, or what used to be one. The textiles once wrapped over the ceiling have been turned to ash and charred along with the expensive wood. Along with the water damage, the elemental forces here are intense. The stone tables remain standing for now, scorched like the dwarven architecture. Yeah, no, I'm not finding anything here. I'll check the other booth. He lifts his head and sniffs. Keep looking for now, but let's not waste too much time here. Cover the debris carefully. Well, it's a fortress. Lifting some of the wreckage, you spend 10 minutes searching around the crevice behind the booth, until something catches your eye. Something not burned. You reach out and grab it. It's a tiny metal leaf. It fits in the palm of your gloved hand. As you wipe off the soot, you find it in a strange condition. Its intricate design shows both value and style, but you feel a tinge down your arm. The tiny leaf fits in the palm of your gloved hand. A magic item? The brooch is half melted. A magic item does not get destroyed like this, not by anything but the most powerful of magic. It simply does not happen. This is a brooch designed by Elim Hans. The religious leaders and nobility carry these. You glance over to your companion. He hasn't spotted your find yet. I found something! Oh? The goblin scoots on over to you and looks at the tiny pin in your hand. Strange. Interesting. It kind of survived the fire. Bring it with, show it to the old lady. Sure. He looks around. Let's focus somewhere else in here. Focus on the char remains on the table. Glancing over the scorched wood, you find that it's simply burned like everything else, barely existing. But it is wood. Intact wood, relatively speaking. The militia attempt to stop the fire splash everything with water as well, so all the soot is just a sludge. It is still quite strong, wedged along the stone bench. Look at the ruined wood intensely. Actually, put pressure on the broken piece. You lean on it, you strain. It takes some effort, but soon you can hear the wood fibers twitching. It snaps. You hold the piece of wood in your hand. Your companion gives you a confounded look. What, it wasn't ruined enough for you? Just a souvenir. Great dish of debris. Looking at the piece of wood, it's been infused with fiery energies. Looking inside the burned wood, you see a sliver of a live bracken. The thickness of the survived and burned wood suggests a certain level of heat and firepower. If this was caused by a fireball spell, a regular third level wouldn't do this kind of damage to bracken. Third level evocation spell causes fire to emerge at a given point, spreading within a 20-foot radius, filling up available space. Let's stop investigating this booth. Laughter and debate one feels these seats. Okay. I'll check you in a second. I wanna check all of the other spaces first. Paper is apparently weak to fire. Once there were shelves here filled with magazines. You've seen this type of construction before in other CTT shops. Images of loud dwarves arguing over articles flash in your mind. Is there really nothing readable left? What would there be? Paper burns quite easily. But what if? Sure, maybe you'll find a magically fire-immune newspaper or something. That's right, you have to take a proper look here before moving on. Great, just great. Your eyes sweep over the ashy remains. My plus 10 because I have the esoteric pocket watch? Give me a second, I'm gonna take that off. Advantages against elves. One bracken, -1 wisdom. Uh, but what if... Okay, there it is. Mickey's here! Don't even have to try. Among the mess, you notice something solid. Moving away a small pile of burned magazines, you discover a paper completely unarmed by the flames. It's a bit dirty, but a quick shake reveals the title. The Undercommon. For fuck's sake! This paper is cursed, I tell you. I spent a fortnight fishing these bad boys out of the sewers last year. What kind of asshole thought a magically indestructible newspaper was a good idea? There's a faint teal-ish outline on the paper, not quite glowing in the dark, but almost. It can't even be burned? Nope, not even magic flame. Is it any good? The sign? Nah, it's shit. The magical elven brooch was damaged, but not this. Immunity to fire sure is something, huh? Put the magazine away and look somewhere else. And some yards of yore. +1 intelligence, -1 constitution. A popular fan site shoddily printed and filled with letters, fanfictions, and reviews. It's essentially a collection of writing from various fans of local theater shows, musical artists, and nerdy activities. This issue seems to be full of info about LARPing, which is taking the youth by storm. The site is infamous for accidentally releasing issues in an enchanted, indestructible paper. A legal battle is being fought over the difficulty in removing them from circulation. You cannot destroy this magazine no matter what you do. Damn. Anyway, can I put on my watch back? Thank you. You see an iron door, the rubble and soothe. Sorry, I had to sneeze my little nosy. Late in the passage, the iron door has fallen off its hinges. Look at the corners, they're bent. Look at the bent corners of the door. An incredibly high temperature must have been involved to cause this door to bend like this. And it is bent outwards, so clearly the origin point of the explosion was in the back. Look at the hinges. The hinges are connected to the wall via thick iron nails. Typical dwarven design. They use a metal known as hardstand on doors like these. A metal commonly used by dwarven engineers in the construction of Norway. It is light but extremely durable. Melting point is 2,500 degrees Andes. Looks like they've been ripped right out of the stone. No, wait. No. The iron's been bent as well. Interesting, then this was a combination of force and heat. An esoteric effect. Just a spell? Your bet is this was a high-tier spell. Meek, what do you make of this? Door is very hurt. Meek feel bad for Door. Bad magic did this. Master, be careful. Whatever did this still may be here? Thank you. Thank you, my good friend. To melt iron like this, it would require incredible heat, especially for hardstand. You remember from your studies the art of the fireball spell. An awesome power, it was often used to horrific efficiency in the Coast War to eliminate entire legions. But to reach degrees hot enough to soften this iron, it would have to be of 7th level or higher. More realistically, considering how the flames have forcefully escaped from the back rooms by bending the door this way, 8th or 9th level. Ooh. A broken table or shelf? Eh. Ooh, free money. A frame without a painting. A frame for a painting. The actual picture was obviously burned away in the blast. It is iron. It remains. What sort of painting do you think it was, Nell? Romer does strike me as the type of guy to hang a giant picture of himself. What do you think? Self-portrait sounds about right. These people only care about themselves. Maybe his wife and kids? Maybe his wife and kids. Yeah, negative on that one. I don't know him personally or anything, but the birds flying solo. They don't have to be real. What? It could be an imaginary wife and kids. He's contemplating your words, then dismisses them. Maybe we should keep looking for actual clues. Are you sure this burnt painting is not a clue? Fuck it, sure, it's a clue. He lets out a big sigh. Why not? Look closer at the frame. Iron, melted to hell, but still somewhat intact. Not as affected by the fires as some pipes you saw in the central tea shop chamber. Right, anything else? The frame holds nothing else. No sign beyond that left. No sign beyond that left by the flames. I don't like paintings. That's a strange thing to think. Paintings are great opportunities to show off your visual aesthetic. Sad to see it ruined like this. Yes, it is a tragedy. All art is sacred. You have no way of knowing if it was even beautiful. It could have been some horrific abomination of a painting. There is beauty in all art. Drivel. Such anti-canonical thought is exactly why art has lost its meaning. It was most likely just Al R who pays for actual art these days. LR, common shortening of light reflection, referring to the image capturing method of using the mirror cantrip and light cantrip simultaneously in order to brand a surface with a perfect visual representation of whatever the mirror is reflecting, is a popular and cheap alternative for paintings. So, their version of photography? Magic paintings. Look super realistic, very popular these days. Suckers, that's who. I should leave it alone. Okay, time to actually check the... How the hell is this place still standing? That's a good question, especially if it's that powerful of a spell. A flip table. Looks heavy. The only non-disintegrated thing in the central chamber is this stone slab. It's just very, very cooked. A table. It was once a stone table. Now it is as scorched as the rest of the tea shop. Maybe leave it alone. Your arms cannot carry that burden. Ah, yes, a table. It must have been flipped over by the force of the explosion. You want to flip the table? I'm heavy, but maybe we can do it together. Even with Snell, this is really heavy. There is something interesting here. However, make sure you look around first. Okay, I guess I'll look this first. Some vehicle this chamber has not completely collapsed. Wherever content once filled this chamber has been pushed up against the cracked walls. The dwarven masonry is damaged in various locations and every single thing in the chamber is burned. This is the center, but where exactly did the explosion originate from? The stony tiles, scorch marks, and general aesthetic makes this look like a dragon's lair. Beware, beware. Check the debris. Just a quick search reveals nothing but charred rock and iron scraps. Remnants of furniture, shelves, maybe, chairs. Pushed up into the corners of the room, a violent and sudden force of heat compressed it all. Check the iron beams along the walls. Once they stood straight, holding the ancient tunnels upright. Yeah, it's a miracle this place hasn't collapsed entirely. You should probably leave. Check the ceiling. Your heart beats quicker. You glance upwards, finding the somewhat high ceiling in the chamber to be scorched, but intact. This place will stand. For now. But this because by a spell. Spells can cause most things. Very obviously, this chamber has been hit by a fireball spell. Or any other type of equivalent explosive force. Your thoughts on this chamber, Snell? He removes his sleeve from his nose and mouth. It's a damn blast zone. Any theories? I'll tell you what I think, Cleric. I think, and I'm fairly certain of this, that a very powerful fireball spell was cast right on this spot. Clearly. But look, I'm no expert. But he has good intuition. Exactly how that would happen is confounding to me. So let's both just look over the debris and bring as much information as we can to the old lady. Great plan. Thanks. Okay, let's localize the origin point first. Thank God I have +6. You look around and find the damage confusing. While centering the chamber, damage appears uneven, as if the force of the explosion was struggling with itself. With that thought, you receive a vision. Replaying the event in your mind, an explosion. In the chamber. Conflagration is spreading. It just doesn't work. However, you experiment in your head with the idea of multiple explosions. Suddenly it clicks. The floor, it has several marks. You start counting. 1, 2, 3. It's not enough. Looking around the chamber, you see several points from which the fire clearly spread. The explosion is... No. Explosions. Explosions multiple. Your companion lifts his head from whatever scraps he was looking over. What do you say? You keep counting. 4, 5, 6. Even that is not enough. Fire is the immense force. 7, 8. You point at the last spot on the floor you can see near the west wall where you're standing. 9. 9? 9 of them. The goblin's gaze dances across the chamber. You see his face contort as it dawns on him. More than one? He mutters. You're about to blow his little mind, aren't you? Hold up 7 fingers. 9 separate explosions, simultaneously. He stares at your fingers. He won't mention it. He's too kind. He looks around the chamber concerned. Walk me through it. How do 9 explosions go off at the same time? You got a cabal of sorcerers, a coven? What? Careful now. Do you really want to share this info with him? The goblin is not your boss. You don't need to tell him anything. Why would I not tell him he's my friend? Tell him necklace of fireballs. Necklace of hisses and poses. You can see his mind working behind his sharp eyes. Huh. Is the only logical answer. Like the assassination of Priestess Ilona? The inciting spark of the Coast War, an imp blew up an airship in Blood City Bay containing an elven diplomat, a strangely iconic event, eventually spiraling into that idiotic self-destructive war between Arcanists in Old Diminor, occurred in 398 AE. Something like that. He nods and looks around at the destruction. The mass-produced shit they used in the Coast War, it wouldn't get close to this level of force. But you're telling me someone tossed 9 beads of fireball, essentially a fully charged and practically invaluable magic item, into a damn tea shop. Is that or a group of very quick hacks? The goblin smirks. You put the image of 9 old ladies scurrying out of a burning tea shop into his mind. Speedy hacks, how horrific. A spellcaster focused on communing with powerful primary esoteric forces, always feminine. Often employed as freelancers, they're very common around the coast ever since the MHR initiative during the Coast War. He rubs his eyes. Well, shit. Another thing to report. Old lady's not gonna believe it. Well, let's leave the rubble alone and try this thing. The only non-disintegrated thing in the central chamber. Ah, yes, a table. It must be flipped over by the force of the explosion. You want to flip the table? It's damn heavy, but maybe we can do it together. We can, because now I have minus 10 DC thanks to the fact that I checked everything. Yay! Let's do it. No! You make your best attempt with the big block of scorched wood, just one move. God dang it! Spending that. Okay. I have to spend it in the dialogue. I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna wait.
Huh?
Yes. Oh my god. The big block of scorched wood, just one move. Oh my. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna put in some strength points, I guess. What gives me strength? This is painful. It's like, what do you mean? Can I? Okay, that's 2 strength points. If that's not enough, I will literally cry. Actually, oh, that's only one cause there. If that's not enough, I will literally cry.
Mm-hmm.
2 attempts and this happens. Okay. Come on, bro. Thank the Lord! Jesus. You grab the thick table with your gloved hands, gripping it firmly, strongly. Snell copies your movements. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Flip the table! Oh. That's a corpse. Or looks like a corpse. Definitely corpse-like. You stare into the dark corner of the tea shop. Mid suit and broken tiles, you see a corpse. It almost disappears into the destruction around it. It's a... Snell stares at it. He's silent. Gods be good. One casualty. He flinches and looks at you. Yeah, confirm. Okay, but who? It was late. No one was around. And we know the owner of the shop is A, a bird, and that does not look like a bird, and B, he had an escape plan, which I would be able to find him if I could talk to a sphinx. But that's beside the point. The corpse appears completely charred to you. Such destruction would make it very difficult to identify. The size is average, in human terms, somewhat slender. Hard to make out anything other than a silhouette. The goblin steels himself. How much experience do you have with corpses, cleric? Your thoughts land on anatomy books, basic medicine training, nothing practical. Clear your throat. The goblin breaks his intense stare down at the corpse and turns to you. He is afraid the corpse will awaken. Not an unreasonable concern. Cleric? Not much, what about you? I'm no expert, but you know, part of the gig. A lie, he wants to seem more experienced than he is. We should do a preliminary checkup, just to scope out the scene. Then we'll get a transport to the lich house, I guess. Luckily, it's close, like... On the one hand, Visken should examine it, but also I'm pretty sure Visken is a leech, like a literal actual leech man leech, which is technically illegal. Well, luckily it's close by. He's barely listening to you. I'll check the head. You check the hands or something. He's keeping a healthy distance. The goblin is afraid. He does not want to touch the corpse. You feel bad for him. Step up. You take a few careful steps up to eat. Kneel down. Seeing it up close causes you to shake. Look at the torso. A dark mass, one skin. No appears to be but a solid mass. It does not even smell. The intense heat caused rapid muscle contraction, freezing the woman in place. She placed herself in this position, most likely to take cover from the explosion. Nothing but black and brittle carbon residue. However, you're quite certain this was a woman. Okay, that's not... Oops, sorry if you heard that. It was me hitting my mic accidentally. That's not a good sign, considering the history lesson that I just got from Snell. The mortician will have to determine that. Whatever led her to this corner, it was quick. Woman, unknown age, she crawled up in this position moments before the explosion. She did not suffer. Got it, good info. Healing scene, slightly closer. Too far to see anything. The poor goblin. Focus on the hands. You see the left hand is half destroyed. Perhaps they landed on it. Could have shattered in the fall if the source of the fire was instantaneous enough. But most likely the fire would have taken at least half a minute to be lethal. And only if the fire source was hot enough to cook the target's brain. The thought causes your stomach to churn. The right hand is clenched near the victim's hip, holding something. A clue, of course. Looks like something brittle in the grip. Perhaps leave it for later. No, this is a bad idea unless you want to break the fist in 1,000 pieces. Ah, 13. Okay, fine. Ow. You attempt to pry and dig, but clearly you're not doing it very well, because soon enough the charred hand crackles and the corpse suits. Oh, God save us soul. Your everything shivers. There's corpse stuff all over your hands! I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. In your panic, the hand disintegrated further, creating a pile of dust and chunks on the scorched floor. Oh my god, really? Oh, that was bad. That was bad. That was terrible bad. Your gloves, they are covered in poison! It is horrific to be so close to death. As the terror wears off and the suit comes off, you find something in the mess you made. Glimmering. A chain. A thin gold chain, or parts of it. However, the second after you see it, you watch it begin to glow. An esoteric glow. Then it starts to break apart in front of your eyes. The gold chain within seconds turning into another pile of dust. The fuck? That was magic, right? Yes. The goblin grimaces. A defense mechanism. Nothing you can deal with now. God dang it. Pick out the head. Not much to see. Fires burn off everything. No pain. This was an instant destruction of mind and soul. You sense it by looking at this twisted husk of a person. It was a quick death. Gods be good. The thought of one moment being here, another being not, causes your stomach to churn. While charred beyond recognition, the skull itself is fairly intact. The mouth is intact, good. And why is that good exactly? So you can have someone to talk to, of course. Speak with dead. It requires an intact mouth on the corpse to successfully mimic speech. Yes, a third level necromantic spell allows you to animate a spirit into a corpse and have it answer 5 questions as long as that corpse retains a suitable vessel. That mainly boils down to still having some sort of mouth, including a functioning jaw. Even in this condition, the corpse should be a valid target. Do I notice anything else? A good question. Looking for distinguishing features, you do notice something interesting. The ears. Oh, fuck me, it's an elf, isn't it? Ears? Ears? I've seen ears before. Look closer. Look at them, closely. Oh. Wait. Despite barely keeping a recognizable form, what remains of the ears have a peculiar shape. They're sharp, pointy. Oh. Pointy ears. He looks around. There's only one humanoid creature on the coast with these body-sized and pointy ears. Not an orc, not a gnome. Murder to yourself, and not a human. The goblin takes a step back. No chance. Oh boy. Just the concept of such a rare creature being found in this second-rate tea shop. There is no doubt. Oh no. Your companion glares at the corpse. His head then slowly turns towards you. Oh no. Oh dear gods. It's a damn elf! Well, I think we're in trouble, considering Scent of Occult meets Flame a Miss. This is the death you fear, the dramatic end to your career. Did they know? No, they couldn't have. Yet you have, through no means of your own, landed in this trapped hallway of a mission. You only have one choice now. Find out exactly why this happened, who killed the elf who blew up the tea shop. You feel the answer must lie below, far, far below. Well then, we are in trouble, I feel. Okay, Visken, dude who is definitely a lich, can I ask why the big bulky knight that I met in the temple who told me not to enter the catacombs is here with you? I'm asking because now that I think about it, we've been told several times about a lost paladin guy, and I'm starting to think, seeing as you're a lich, that maybe he died and you brought him back as your thrall or some shit. And, you know, is that the same paladin guy that supposedly disappeared? Like, Biscan, Biscan, I'm a cleric, okay? You need to tell me you're a lich. It's like when you're a cop and you have to tell people if you're a lich, you have to tell me you're a lich, okay? Your eyes follow the towering dark knight as he walks past, heading down the stairs. The body is secured. Good. The pale man answers behind his desk. Snell leans against the iron slab, his eyes fastened entirely upon the elvish corpse across the chamber. I think I expected a dwarf. Huh? A dwarf. What? Why? The tea shop used to be a gathering place for the Asgulls. My first thought was of infighting or political assassination. But an elf? I mean, considering what we know of the elf up until this point, political assassination might still be the right choice. Just not in the way we thought it would be. To be fair. There's like 3 of them in the entire city. What should I say? Discuss the quest, of course. Just share your feelings. Ask him about it, like how fucked you both are. How bad is this? The Elim are powerful even in Norvik. If one of their own got offed, yeah, it could spell trouble for sure. I don't like Biscan. We shouldn't have brought the elf here. Should I say that? Yeah, I'll say that. I don't like him. He's definitely a lich, and he hasn't told me, which is something you have to do when you're a lich. Look, I'll say it again. He's a weirdo, but the old lady has a deal with him. So for better or worse, he's our guy. Should be easy to identify an elf, right? You think that? I'm guessing it'll be impossible. This is about my rank. But I don't see anyone jumping at the chance, so... You're still serving the old lady for now. He's ordering you around again, but... Perhaps this is not the time to complain. So, what now? He takes a deep breath. The goblin does not look forward to reporting all of this. Gather any remaining clues in the tea shop. Then we report to Lady Sageleaf. He snaps his fingers ASAP. You hear the pale man clear his throat across the circular chamber. Cleric, I am finished with my report. I want to check out the corpse again. Yeah, you obviously also want to do the thing. Just stare at him? You know, the thing. He holds up a hand to his mouth and mimics talking. What thing? He groans. You know, the thing you clerics do with the corpses? What's it called, when you speak with the dead? You never had a chance to cast Speak with Dead before coming here. The spell, Speak with Dead? Oh, is it called that? Right, that's the one. I never did any corpse stuff at the towers, however I believe it is time to do so. Great. And don't call it corpse stuff, doesn't sound good. Agreed. You get 5 questions from that spell, right? Yeah, you should easily be able to figure out who, what, why, when, and so on. Perhaps Viscan can tell you something about that spell. I can't cast 3rd level spells yet, though. Technically. Yeah, well, let's talk to Viscan, hear his report. Yeah, sure, lead the way. Alright, let's get going. One step at a time. Hello, obviously, evil, Lich. Well, he's a Lich, but he doesn't have to be evil just because he's a Lich, you know? That feels a little rude. To assume, I mean. Actually, what time is it? Oh boy, it's been a while. I'm gonna get myself my coffee. Yeah, I'm gonna get myself my coffee. I should have done that earlier. I'll get my coffee, and then I'll come back, and then we'll continue questioning everything, but especially the man who is definitely a Lich. And if he's not a Lich, I swear to God, I'm gonna lose my mind, because what do you mean this man is not a Lich? He's definitely one. I can feel it in my bones. Anyways, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Hello, Mr. Lich, who is definitely a lich. It's a little on the nose, admittedly, that the lich is the person in charge of the lich house. But if you ask me, that makes perfect sense. Yes, he says with a smile, putting away some of the documents before him. That you're exhausted, please, game. Tell me about the dead elf. Yes, cleric, there are a few points to go over. 6 points of interest, to be precise. He hands you a piece of paper with the points on them. Tell me which points you wish to go over. The goblin groans. Don't give him choices, we'll be here forever. Begin with the least interesting. That will keep you engaged and most susceptible for information gathering. Start with the most important first. You need to know this. Point 1. The transfer. Yes, it went fine. The body was ruined, of course, but still intact enough, thanks to the charring, that gentle repose did what it should. I then had a subordinate carry the corpse wrapped in a silk, a special fiber material. Threads spun by the elusive incorporeal giant spiders of the Imian burrow forests. It is a useful material in all manner of factory settings. With minor damage, the transfer was completed. Okay, folk identifier, it's an elf, right? Yes, your preliminary assumptions were very much correct. Well, even the teeth had been ruined, the fangs presented as clear evidence. This is an Ilum elf, one without horns or other bestial alteration. Point 3 just says sex. Yes, sex, surprisingly difficult to determine in elven folk. Sex will be nice, not with anyone in this place though. Ha! What an opportunity! You should make light of this. Oh, you're not asking me. But this is point 3, not 6? Go on, be boring. No. You're not asking me. The Pellman lifts his dead eyes from his documents for a very, very long time. The goblin is looking away. No, cleric, I am not. Let us continue. After much consideration, I've established that this was, at the time of death, a female elf. Good to know, thanks. Point 4. Mouth intact. It is. Which means you are able to cast Speak with Dead, cleric. I need some help with that. He nods. I'll see what I can do. Next point. Point 5. Illim identity. This elf is clearly of Illim nature. Getting in contact with the embassy would be smart. Or foolish. I'd suggest speaking with Nicholas Darrow or his Valkyrie. Yeah, that sounds like trouble. That embassy's on the other side of town. Plus, they're not exactly known to be too welcoming of two inquiries. Point 6. Hands? Yes, they were quite broken when the corpse arrived here. I'm assuming she held onto something at the time of death. Did you take something out of her grasp, cleric? Yes, a gold chain. What about it? Interesting. I would suggest keeping it in mind as a clue. It was destroyed, sadly. Ah. Interesting. Yet it held up until that point. He nods. Point 7. The cause of death? Fire. The easy answer is usually the correct one. She was incinerated instantaneously. The final shape of the body informs this judgment. I cannot determine if she sustained any minor damage before, but the way she ended up makes it clear she was moving until the fire erupted. That is all. Point 8. It says clerical compensation. No such point, cleric. What else? He's quick. The Bellman is learning how to handle you. I have what I need. Give back the paper. Right, good. Now listen. Speak with the Dead is a powerful spell. Where can I find it? That's my main issue here. Straight to the point. Necromancers are rare in the city. Some specialized clerics are taught it, but few are powerful enough to know it innately at 3rd level. However, for lack of a better way to put this, I know a guy. Can I trust this guy? Just look at him. Doesn't that face just scream trustworthy? Why wouldn't his guy also be someone you could trust? Can I get a spell scroll from the towers? As a low-ranking cleric, you can't get access to anything higher than 1st level. It truly and utterly sucks. Okay, tell me about this guy of yours. His name is Wonderful. He is, or was, an arcanist, a pupil of the Fortress of Verdun, if you believe the rumors. A perfectly square, miles-wide urban expanse placed at the center of the Verdure Hills. Nothing grows around it, and there are no entrances. One of the great mysteries of Ascan, said to be the cursed city of some forgotten magocracy. Those who have attempted to scale its wall and survive say it's filled with undead and general negative energy. You know, bad vibes. A cursed and evil place you've heard about in stories since you were a child. Surely this is a necromancer. A necromancer. Bondable is an eccentric fellow. You may find him down in the crypts. Alright, I'll go look for him. If you treat him well, he will surely share his knowledge with you. Once you are in the crypts, one of the western coffees has a handle that may be rotated. Do so, then pull. His private area will be revealed. So he leaves behind a secret door. Yes, that is correct. Once you've learned speak with dead, return and cast it on the corpse. He leans back and nods. That is all. Anything else you need, cleric? Snail, what can you tell me about this guy? The goblin sneakily leans in and whispers back, You want a rundown right in front of him? I don't think he can hear us. Glance back at the bellman. That's not the point, cleric. Call out to Visken, can you hear us? No, cleric, nor am I listening. Go ahead. See? This is so silly. The goblin sighs, and so do I. Give me the rundown, Snail. Visken is the local mortician, unaffiliated, works on contracts with the city. The HWBT has a deal with him, partly because he's a neighbor, and partly because he's not, you know, human. Mortal. The goblin clears his throat and throws a glance back to the mortician. He's not the type you want to make enemies with. But hey, he seems to like you, so good job on that. Okay, we're getting there. We're closer. It's still an impossible, but it's less impossible than it was before. Oh, I found this mimic in the city below. Show him your scarf. A mimic, he repeats. Oh! The creature peeks out of his folds. Scary thing. Master, beware around this one. How very, very quaint. You pick up familiars at an alarming rate, cleric. I am certain you will handle that monstrosity well. I hope you're not implying I'm also a familiar. Ah, really? That doesn't count for a little extra, minus, DC points, please? No? Okay. Okay, thank you, bye. I will find you out, motherfucker. One day. One day. Okay, then. Let's see our questing tree. There's that. We'll still need to find Frank, son of Frank, the yellow wearing man. We need to tell Lady Sageleaf about the situation. We need to tell the good old Lord, but he's not gonna be available until later because he's an asshole who goes to bed at terrible hours. Is there new people around here? Like, there's new people around here, but I want to see if there's, like, new people around here. Praxo pencil. Excuse me? You raise your head towards the sky. Above you sits a tiny red creature. His wings flutter faintly in the wind. He's just a little guy with wings reading his little newspaper. He's just a little guy. The fiend throws a quick glance your way. He's annoyed. Staring at a piece of paper, he does not acknowledge your presence. This guy is devil. Mick suggests Master be very, very careful. What you're reading? A sigh escapes the fiend's maw. He slowly puts down the paper. The paper is actually a torn page from a magazine. He appears to be reading an article on the latest debate. I like the funny pictures. I believe the fiend is being sarcastic. I don't read much unless it's political. At least you're reading something. He's mocking you. Wait, he says, leaning in to get a good look at you. Utgard, a cleric. How's you doing here? I'm not allowed on Tulstad? Course you're allowed, just not often you guys are here. I, for one, am very happy for your presence. This place has gone downhill since the city let the goblins and freeze riders run amok. We need some damn order in this place. Wise words. So if you need any legal advice, just let me know. He gives you a tiny sharp smirk. You should be aware of the fact that this is literally a devil. A good little devil. Don't take advice from a parasite. Are you a barrister? A tiny barrister? No, I have no legal position within the city. I'm just fairly knowledgeable in the magistrate's code. So he works with city law, asking for details. He shows you a foul grin. So what type of work do you do? If you love what you do, you will never work a day in your life, he says and smirks. So what do you do? Me? I do scribing most days, got some connections within the palace, and believe me, that's gotten me through some tough times. See, whenever some rich asshole needs a legal draft in a hurry, who do they send for? The guy with the wings, that's who. He does paperwork, then he must be highly knowledgeable in law. Always on call, huh? For sure, but I get around quick. Why are you voting in the upcoming election? What am I voting for? Same as you, the good guys. Ah, you're a hardcore Ascalist. What? He looks genuinely shocked. You're kidding. He examines you for a moment. Asgali's city cleric, huh? Well, I've seen stranger things. He accepts this unreasonable statement with ease. Anyway, you want something else? I'm done. I've asked everything I wanted to. Should I invest in stocks? What about alignment? What does the law have to say about really powerful magic items? What does the law have to say on resurrections? You hear about the tea shop? Maybe I'll talk to you later, citizen. Can't say I expected a tiny devil man. But you know, there's everything in this beautiful world. Everything except... Oh! A Yugui, Karmaga Messian vendor. Do you have wares? Beneath the shadow of a gnarly statue sits a girl wrapped in colorful garments. She's wearing some sort of hat with an attached veil covering her face. On the ground around her, upon a fancy rug, you see an assortment of strange trinkets. Some of them have quite potent esoteric auras. She tries to say something, but is clearly unable to due to her heavy layers of insulation. Motion for her to speak up. She lifts up a small arm from underneath the layers, ripping the hat mask from her face. I said, gods, it's so cold here. You see her own skin has a faint blue tint. That, along with her small figure, makes it obvious to you. She is a halfling. You know, a halfling implies the existence of a Huffle. The same thing that the same way that a dumpling indicates the existence of a dumple, which is just a large dumpling. One of Stormblood descent originating from the Windcrack Mountains. A mountain range in eastern Kargamesh that holds an historically hollow cavernous biome, famous for its harsh winds and the surprisingly flat steppe at the bottom, near and around the gravity flip. You carry that thing around? Like the statue? Will that impress you? She taps the statue behind her with an evil grin. Let me introduce us formally. This here behind me is my guardian, Cruel Wing. Wing cruelty, flying evil, something like that. I'll call him Filler. A gargoyle. Earth elemental, terribly powerful. You got a gargoyle bodyguard? Yes, fancy, isn't it? As for me, I am Miyugi, the traveling wind. He who brings that which tingles around the coast from band to band. Her voice carries in a wonderfully exotic tonal melody. My services are available to you if you have the coin. I have coin. Wonderful to hear. Though I'm still getting used to these, what do you call it here? Crown? Yes. Give me your crown and you shall have great treasures. Not engineering required. She speaks strangely, somewhat. It's like she knows the language perfectly, but the way she talks is off. Ah, of course, she's under the effect of tongues. The goblin clears his throat and gives the halfling a bow. So you're that Kargameshan vendor that came by the other day. Oh, I am popular then. She gives the goblin a glare. You're affiliated with this dragon I hear about. Yeah, everything worked out with the application? It did. Sends my regards to your queen. She's not a... Sure, I'll do that. He gives you a nod and steps back. What do you say, warrior? Make my time worth it here in the cold. I'd like to browse your wares. Great! How can I interest you in, for example? She pulls out a yellow scroll from her chest. This here's a scroll of comprehend languages, handy if you need to decipher some access text or speak with a foreigner. I need so much of that. Empty a fruity bottle. You have a helmet. I definitely should buy a helmet. Elven ointment. I'll get the helmet later. I would like the comprehend languages first and foremost, please. I would assume so, at such a great price. I apologize if the handwriting is a bit rough. I got it from a gnomish gentleman in Virginia, a pixie dusting fiend of a man. I will get the helmet later, but thank you, ma'am. That's all for now. I really like that helmet up there. Why is it hanging on your statue frame? Oh, that's just a warning. Last adventurer who tried to steal from me left it behind. You can bury it if you want, if you dare. Well, that's all for now. Thank you, merchant. And I'm gonna have to put comprehend languages on me ass. Actually, I need it immediately because I know that Mage Han is in this place. I know that he's here. And I need Mage Han for some bullshit. Prepare my spells, please. Comprehend languages. Shield of Fate, Grease just in case, Cure Wounds, a Bless, a Knock, a Prayer of Healing, and I guess I'll take Detect Ally. I have more than enough space, I suppose. Okay then. What do you mean no reason? We're right here. where the book is. Oh, that's the, wait, what's that? A note next to these says magic items belonging to the deceased. Bracers of Thievery. Lowers the DC of trifling checks by your proficiency. Interesting. You flip the tome open. Yeah, scatter the page. Yeah, old draconic Diminorian. Yeah, we've read this several times before. Yeah, Diminori. One of the most powerful magocratic families in all Diminor, known for their reality warping artifacts and enchantments, spawned from the Drake Slayer King, Duke Dolin Dim. Is this a Doug Dimadon joke? Doug Dolin Dim. The first human emperor on the coast, known as the Drake Slayer King, due to his slaying of several dragons and liberating their human slaves. Some call it Drake Doom Dealer Duke Dulindim. Most to note. Doom, lair of a lich. That feels... That's too many Ds. The goblin lets out a tired sigh. Right, I should cast Comprehend Languages here. You should. Yes. You mutter the words to yourself and carefully tap the frail paper. The words then pop into place. As they should. Begin reading the first passage. I wiped the sweat from my brow. The lair is hot. My companion was consumed by the lower beast in the first wave. I saw his soul yet still screaming at me as I stepped up to the auditorium. No, I would not allow myself a meek death. The book details a first-hand account of one of many lambs, the strongest of their tribes, who were sent to fight before the great green dragon, Tissereldanor, the last of the great dragons of old Diminor to still reign at this time in the early Divine Era. The great green dragon, supposedly the original green dragon on Yor, her reign was long and her fall ushered in the end of the Draconic Civil War, as well as the beginning of Arcanis' rule in Old Diminor. She ruled in what is today Ilim Forest. The author Callum was one of the few to survive. He writes how he ended up in the good favors of the Queen of Tree after many years of servitude, but he never gave up his dream of killing each of them. This is fascinating. Keep reading. You are wasting away. You can always just skip to the end. That's usually where all the good stuff is. Read the full book. A long decade in those halls I spent in toil. I never relented, nor did I show truth. She saw something in me. Perhaps it was my bloodlust. Callum became the loyal first human of Tissereldanor, a type of manservant. He was by her side at all times, and he listened to her every word, documenting it. The book contains a long series of transcripts, seemingly directly from the ancient dragons herself, and it slowly reveals how the author learns not just the basic tongue of Draconic, which all of the high humans spoke, but rather the deeper power behind those words. A human playing the strings was amusing to her, for none could ever dream of handling anything but the most shallow of songs, until the day I understood. This is fascinating. This story is told to all who are taught magic, how the first Arcanist stole the knowledge from his dragon masters. But this you have not heard. Callum Niminori listened to the ancient dragon until he understood. Dragons control strings not just with words, but with their voices. The mythical first Arcanist. His existence is disputed. He was a relative of Doug Dolindim, and is said to have been the first human to learn magic from his dragon masters. Once that clicked, the book explains, he learned how to tap into the words of power, higher tier magic. It goes on to, with incredible detail, explain exactly how his research went on during those years, how he managed to procure and transcribe dozens of previously dragon-only spells. He did not master all of them himself, but he did master some. And most importantly, he trained himself until he could cast a spell of Yor's limits. The term used to describe why spells above 9th level are considered impossible to cast by mortal hands, at least before the Arcanist broke that limit. That would be what we today call a 9th level spell. It goes on for pages describing basic stuff about the Draconic Civil War, similar to things you read in school. All of Diminor fell in their raging. In that chaos, humans were starting to rebel. It was with great pleasure I turned on her when I saw my great cousin Dog Dulin Dim appear with that sacred standard, yet he did not wield strength enough to break her. Thus the last of the great serpents fell to me, to my one word of power I had learned just for her. Kill! Power word kill. The power word everyone has heard about, famously used by the lich Dongleshire. What kind of name is Dongleshire? Ending the short but well-known reign of Brian Prax, known as the most incompetent arcanist to have ever studied the strings. Rule House Prax for 6 days before he managed to anger a local lich by being unable to pronounce his name correctly in a public address. He was power word killed right on stage. People cheer when he died, if the story is to be believed. Damn. Damn. Oh, I just saw that mention how long I typically stream for. Around 4 hours. I usually go for 4 hours. The most famous of the power words. How interesting. Is this truly how it came to pass into human hands? Thus the era of the Wereman was faded, with man raised in its place. I am Kellum of the Minori, my word-shaped world, myself your, is what I am become. The book ends with instructions on various draconic magical theory, most of which you already know. Elementary. Okay, thanks. However, look at that final cantrip on the page. Look at that mage hand. Kellum's mage hand? You run your fingers over the script. Yes. This is the personal transcription of the spell Mage Hand by this mythical Kellum. Memorize the cantrip. What a masterpiece! Look at that scripture! To imagine that you are sharing in such glory. This is a much more sleek implementation of Mage Hand than any that you've ever come by before. You could perform great feats with this. What, reach for apples? Apples! Holy shit, this will let you steal shit from a distance, won't it? Yes, although it is not as subtle as you might imagine. If you get caught. Never in a million years. I was hoping I would learn a power word from these. You once tried, remember? In the back of the library, you found a transcript. You tried to memorize it. They found you the next day on the ground, barely breathing. And your eyeballs had exploded. Alright, the eyeballs exploded. The Patriarch was kind enough to cast a restoration on you, but he was not happy about it. A series of spells which cure various ailments. The most common are Lesser Restoration and Greater Restoration. They cure anything from blindness to tummy aches. Through their practical implementation from churches across the coast, most common health issues are eradicated. Lesser Restoration, a second level abjuration spell. It removes one affliction upon a target. Depending on the severity of it, the spell can remove various birth defects, cripplings, blindness, deafness, as well as minor diseases. Any place of healing across the coast employs the use of this spell. Greater Restoration, a 5th level abjuration spells. It undoes one debilitating effect from the target. These can include things like petrification, long-term curses, or most types of major ailments or diseases. While harder to cast these days, it is still commonly employed by churches and places of healing across the coast. My eyeballs exploded? What a day. Alright, I remember. Yeah, I shouldn't do that again. No, you should not. Fascinating. And now I have the power of the Mage Hand. Which means that I can fuck around with this thing. You see a bird's nest nestle on the edge of a protruding stone tile. Got some eggs in it, and you spot something shiny below as well. It appears on guard. Must be a gull's nest. Just don't climb out there, man. You'll die, like for sure. With the country mage hand, you could easily grab the content of this nest from a comfortable distance. Slow leaning over the edge. Wait, what? Oh, there it is. Obsidian amulet. Advantage against aberrations. Okay, let's change to my usual setup. My beloved white rat. Wayla. And what was my weapon of choices? Yeah, the bow. Okay, now that we have that done, I guess let's go tell Miss the hand is just floating around. Okay. We can just talk to Miss Sage Leaf about the situation at hand and how there's a dead elf and we're in trouble. And then I suppose we can go and try to find the Speak with the Dead spell. Cleric? The lady leans back in her throne. You've returned. About the tea shop. Well, well, her eyes focus in on you and your room seems to shrink. Go on, cleric. Snell takes a deep breath next to you. He's expecting the worst. There was a dead elf. She lifts her head and gives you a cold expression. Do you have an identity? The corpse was heavily damaged. Obviously. Yes, anything new to report? Perhaps something actually useful? A brooch to revive the flames. The tea machine thing was active at the time of the explosion. A metal door was melted off its hinges. Convince her that you're an idiot. Hold on, can I just play dumb? No, come on. We're gonna be honest. A bridge survived the flames. A bridge. Show me now. Okay. The lady inspects the leaf in her tiny hands. Tacky, typically elven. And magical. Her eyes lift, landing on you. Yet also ruined. Magic items are not supposed to break. If this bridge was indeed destroyed by this inferno, then the origin of that fire must have been magical. That's what I believe to be the case. Who walks around with a melted magical brooch? True, it's pretty strong evidence. She turns it over in her claw. The brooch itself is indicative of high-ranking elven power. This symbol is worn by members of the Mender's court. The Mender? Eileen. Her witlessness has spun this bad into chaos more times than I... She catches herself and mutters through a clenched maw. If her shadow is responsible for this... Can I have it back, please? The dragon tosses it to you with a frown. I do not wish her mark anywhere upon my land. Okay, we're getting better. The tea machine thing was active at the time of the explosion. The tea machine? He exhales. The tea machine. Yeah, the tea machine, yeah. Well, it was in the process of brewing tea. We even found some tea leaves inside. Interesting, considering the shop was closed at the time. That is quite a clue. Perhaps this elf was making tea. Perhaps the elf expected company. That would make sense. One more question. What kind of tea leaves were in the machine? Why is she interested in that? Snell gives you a glance. Well, might as well show her the leaves. He takes one sniff at the dry leaves and frowns. A Cargamesian plant. She's hiding something, but what? Next, what else? A metal door was melted off its hinges. Melt? Yes. I funded that shop. The door was hard stand, was it not? Dwarven made. It does not simply melt. I double-checked. It was hard stand. Her face crunches up to melt Heartstand. That would require an incredible heat. Something like a 7th level fireball would do the trick. That is good information. Well done. I love how, like, I can try to be an idiot, but I'm actually being very competent because I actually want to be, like, a good person and tell her what she wants. There were 9 explosions. Her eyes focus in, like fiery spotlights placed upon your soul. Elaborate. Okay, it's a bit complicated. Oh, please enlighten us, cleric. Bring some wonderful human knowledge into our uncivilized halls. You hear chuckles from the garden goblins. It was a necklace of fireballs with 9 beds on it. That's what started this whole thing. A necklace of fireballs. A magic item mass-produced during the Cold War, rare to find in the post-war era, especially with more than a handful of beads remaining. The chamber goes dead silent. She scoffs. This explosion could not have been produced by Arcanist mimicry. You're speaking of a divine era or even older artifact. A reasonable explanation, yet vexing. It simply raises more questions. I'm afraid so, lady. She frowns and scratches claws on her wooden throne. What else? A copy of the Undercommon survived the flames. She hits the wooden throne, giving off a loud thud. I told the damn bird not to stock that magazine. She shows her sharp teeth. I didn't listen, huh? Shut it. It was never there, cleric. The Undercommon is banned throughout Tolstad permanently. She lets out a frustrated growl. Those gnomes, I should have had them strung up. They didn't even hire good writers. You hear Snell let out a slight groan. This is not the first time she is angered by this magazine. An indestructible magazine. Ridiculous! I could imagine a book perhaps, but what did they think? Who reads a magazine more than once? Except those ignoramicumophobic cerebris. That's not Goblin tongue. Etir spoke to us in Goblin, and it was like... It was kind of like... Polish looking? Like, again, I'm not an expert in Eastern European languages, but it was definitely an Eastern European language. That's just Latin. That's just the dragon language from the... That's just the dragon language from the... That's the dragon language. From the draconian book that we just... Mom, are you a dragon? Are you a dragon, or have you met a dragon in your life? Because you cannot use draconian and then leave me here without assuming that you might be a dragon. And or that you know a dragon. She slams his fists on the throne. Artesicito carai licitem deben puniri trescendis ververivus in foro. Is that draconic? Yes, it is. You have broken her, cleric. The goblins around the chamber appear to nod and murmur in agreement while Snell is just staring at the ground. This is not the first time. I will simply stay silent and let her rant. He finds his voice. Indeed, however, the presence of the Undercommon is quite interesting. She appears to calm down. From our previous investigation into this travesty, we know the Undercommon is indeed immune to all types of fire. It's evidence. Yes, okay. She takes a deep breath. What else? I made this role impossible by my own choice. Hold on, I can't just play dumb? Well, yeah. Looking over the facts, you realize there's pretty much only 2 ways out of this. You can either tell her what she wants to hear, or you can convince her that you're incompetent. You did not spend years in training to humiliate yourself like this. I don't really want to do that. Sure, then you gotta do the job properly. So tell her the full story. It'll be a coin toss, if a coin toss actually had a lot more sides than 2. That's called a die. Right, well, gambling's fun, so let's try it. The risk here isn't that bad actually. Worst thing that could happen is you make a fool out of yourself and fall into a panic. Not like it'll kill you. Beg to differ. I mean, by all means, it's a 4 and I have a +6. It's fine. Present the full story to Lady Sageleaf. Yes. You go over the details, the broad strokes. Putting the events into a clear chronological order. Lady Sageleaf listens patiently as you explain it all. The tea shop owner was not there, but the elf was. And the elf clearly had a reason to sit in the closed tea shop. The elf was in possession of a fully stocked necklace of fireballs. The goblin chieftain's lips curl into a slight smile, which then turns into a grim frown. Go on! She finds your explanation intellectually stimulating. Time to lay out the entire plot from the beginning. One thing that didn't make sense to me from the start was, why a tea shop? She shrugs. Why indeed? He glances between his queen and yourself. Careful now. You know the truth. You understand it. I mean, it might have been a deal gone wrong. Here's the deal. Depending on who did this, who's responsible, is whether or not it was an assassination or an accident. I'm more willing to assume an accident and that someone was looking for that necklace to kill someone else. But I don't it could have been a message though. I just don't think it was a message. I think it's just something that went wrong. Unless... What message could that be? No, actually. Because here's the deal. We were told that the owner of the tea shop didn't have an insurance on the place, and he had a escape plan. He told outright, well drunk, that he had an escape plan. If he had an escape plan, that means that he knew this was gonna happen. He knew that this place was gonna blow up. He knew that this was gonna happen. He did this on purpose because the idea was for that explosion to go off. I don't know if it was on purpose to kill this person, to kill this elf, but at the very least, he knew that the explosion was gonna happen. Because otherwise, he wouldn't have just left. Because he would have assumed that they would blame him for being the owner. Or at least they would expect answers from him being the owner. So the most reasonable thing in that case would be the assassination. Would be the message. She scrunches her nose. A message to whom? Stay silent. No one, I say. I do not believe for a second it was a planned attack. There are too many important targets so close. Had it been a simple fireball spell, perhaps. Snell, do you know how rare this artifact is? This necklace of fireballs? You know, it's exceedingly rare, my lady. Perhaps not a single bead. Those float around the coast from time to time. Still expensive, but... Remnants of the Coast War. Each bead, if detonated together, would result in the blast of increasing in power. One lever per bead, and it starts on 3rd level, as any normal fireball spell would. 9 beads would then mean the blast was above 9th level. Yes, cleric. Her smile widens. 11th level. She speaks the words like they're delicious. Oh boy. Simple math, the goblin says, looking concerned. That's some arcanist bullshit. She scoffs loudly and with an air of annoyance. I'm just impressed that dwarven masonry still stands. I assumed such power would tear reality itself asunder. But now, it simply scorched a lot harder. I should also mention there was a gold chain in the hands of the elf. A gold chain, as in. That must have been the necklace then. It actually survived the blast. It turned to dust after it was removed from the corpse. The goblin chieftain clicks her tongue and leans back in her throne. Interesting. Once spent, the core chain must have retained some magic, until trifled with, of course. The lady glances to Snell. Then back to you. Well done, you convinced me of this perspective. For now, at least. The lady grows silent and begins twirling a ring on her finger. How is the cleric's health, Snell? Health, my lady? Do you believe he could require some magical assistance? The goblin mutters and gives you a good look. Yeah? She takes off the ring and tosses it to you. Build it well, human. It will keep you up and running. She leans on her claw and glares at you. This joint venture is not yet finished. Snell, cleric? Yes, my lady? You need to find the responsible party and bring them to justice. That is what you do, is it not? I'm more of a fair trial kind of guy than a swift justice kind of guy. Yes, always, ma'am. Good. The elf might be dead, but I'm certain whoever is responsible here is not. Speak with the relevant parties, find out everything about this elf. Locate the missing witness, this Frank son of Frank, dressed in yellow. Fake name or not, if he can be found, you must do it. And then there's the question of the poor fool drummer, of course. You have until the election, cleric. Be quick about it. Time is running thin. Any more info on this missing witness, this Frank son of Frank? Not much. Some whispers about a man dressed in yellow rushing downwards. Perhaps he fled into the city below. The fellow's probably dead or dying in that case. Either way, find him. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Fine. Keep at it. What are you voting in the upcoming election, ma'am? You dare tread onto such volatile grounds here in my chamber? Yes? Really? It shakes. You dare ask of my political opinions? Yes. Okay, well, I haven't decided. Oh. Her eyes dart around the chamber to her subjects. Then her gaze lands on you once more. Yet. That's the best answer you'll get. So you're not leaning in any particular direction, or no? And I encourage every one of my subjects to think for themselves on what they wish to vote. She knows every goblin in her tribe will just vote for her preferred party if she were to express her thoughts. So she doesn't, to keep the tribe unaligned. She's incredible. An apolitical tour de force. A term borrowed from Anuran, it is translated as feat of strength. Oh, so Anurans are the one who speak French. Well, good to know. That's all for now, ma'am. Well then. That regenerating ring gives you 1d4 HP per hour. Should I put it on? I like my pocket watch. I wish I could just put it here. I'd say that's an accessory. I know, cleric, but I would like it if it wasn't. Oh, I have 2 routes to check. Okay, let's do the democratization one first. Hey, you've been doing great work out there. I'm assuming this is about the asking people about the election thing? Hells yeah! You know what that makes you. A herald, a democratic herald. Doesn't that sound nice? And what exactly does that mean? Someone who spreads the word. Someone who gets people engaged with the democratic process. Look, this is what the new world is all about. People talking to each other, sharing ideas, debating, listening. Every conversation is a little spark of democracy igniting. And you're fanning those flames. So here's the thing. All that talking is energizing. When you engage with people about what matters, when you get them thinking, discussing, caring, it fills you up. Makes you feel alive. Tell me more about Democratic Herald. Every time you ask someone what they're voting for, you feel a surge of vitality. It's the excitement of democracy in action. Democratic Herald, you regain 1d4 hit points each time you ask someone what they're voting in the election. So here's the thing, all that talking is energizing. Okay. Wait, I don't get any other choices? Great question! In this case, you're just way too aware of the fact that you have absolutely no chance of ever subverting, changing, affecting this particular democratic process. And you obviously can't stop yourself from spreading the word, no matter what the word is. So here's the thing. Okay, yeah, the same as before. Okay, fine, I'll accept defeat. That's the spirit! Welcome to the new world, Harold. Good talk. And the tea shop that blew up. Okay. What is loneliness? Excuse me? What is it? That feeling in your chest. The knowledge of lacking, of being without. This thing hanging veil-like as a connective tissue between others. Is it something, or is it simply void? I don't know. That is true. So, you come here to solve a mystery. Yet what you find is everything working against you. Yeah, that's been pretty annoying. It has been difficult, yes. Political forces working against each other, not in direct competition, but indirectly, as the election looms over all folk. A coin lord who wishes nothing to be brought to light under his reign. A chieftain who wishes to hold her domain tightly. Caught between a poor woman in a tea shop. How do you know she's innocent? Not innocent, but somehow you know she did not deserve such an end. And what's this got to do with loneliness? For you, despite these tribulations, it has proven a revitalization. A return to form. This last year has been terrible. It's been fucking awful. But now, you are on your way to handle it all. All thanks to... Snell. Yes, his presence is a good in your life. He's potentially a friend. A friend? Friendship is not a necessity, nor is beauty, nor is love. They do not help you survive this world. Rather, each of those things give value to survival. So the empty hole in your chest does not open up as wide at the end of your next quest. When the silence of your tower office or your room at mom's apartment does not engulf you quite so suddenly and hastily, remember that feeling. But then you can ask yourself another question. What is tea, really? Are you shifting topic again? A warm liquid filtered through leaves of various distinguished plants, only to be served to free-spirited youthful folk of common cloth. A drink of the post-war era. And then this drink explodes. It does not. However, you see at the center of Norvik, in the middle of the chill river Torna, sits a fortress, one filled with folk, each of them flowing through the alleys and tunnels and streets, at the center of which you find a tea shop. Stepping through its doors, you're immediately hit by a wave of exotic aromas. There are folk of all kinds debating, playing music, and exchanging ideas within these walls. Sacks of newspapers thrown about the tables. Behind the counter, you see a dark feathered creature serving freshly brewed cups. This is a tea shop. There are many like it in Norvik. There is nothing special about this one, apart from the fact that this one blew up. Wait, what's the tea shop called again? That is clearly not important, since it is now left only a memory to those who loved its comfort. It was the best years of your life. It was the closest you ever came to having real friends. Most of it spent drinking halfling tea in Vargby, one of 5 districts in Norvik, located in and around the Great Steam Pit in northwestern Norvik. A deep crevice in northwestern Norvik that's connected with the river via a canal. A centerpiece of Darkby. I'm probably mispronouncing that, I'm so sorry. With people. Oh, shut up. They use you. Aren't you the one who always going on about exploited labor? Well, that's you. A lonely kid tricked into pushing dwarf propaganda, that's all. It's not so simple. There were also kids. Miran, she was trying to. You don't need them. Nothing to cry over, nothing lost. Everything gained, however. If you hadn't gotten arrested, you never would have joined the Orc Guard. It was destiny, a group of Askalis turning on each other, running to the hills. To survive that, it builds character. Keep this goblin at arm's length. You don't know where he's been or what his intentions are. You will make it as a lone cleric against the world, as always. No, don't push him away. You gotta reel him in, just like everyone else. Your main problem from the beginning has been one thing: honesty. You keep showing your true colors. Nobody likes that. Keep it friendly. Keep it light. Everyone should enjoy your company. They can't enjoy your company without it being a winning game. But if they enjoy your company, you win. Everyone wins. Including you. Ignore this idiocy. Focus on your spells, learning, retaining knowledge, and applying it during your downtime. Become an even greater master of memorization. Tell me more about Lone Cleric. You're a man. You don't need friends. Taking a short rest means kneeling down in the dirt, a fist placed upon your chest, your brow dripping, pearls of sweat falling down your bulging pecs, in the dark, alone, by yourself, flying solo. You don't need friends. You're a man. At the start of your short rest, heal an additional amount equal to the levels of exhaustion you have. Tell me more about Master Memorizer. Normally, your absolute genius allows you to recover a spell slot during whatever breaths you take. Focus on these, the rest is useless. During your short rest, you restore 2 random spell slots instead of 1. Tell me more about Friendly Company. Snell is a good person. You enjoy his company, just his presence during a breather is enough to make you feel good at heart. The feeling is somewhat mutual. Who cares what he thinks? You seriously need to learn how to make friends, for real, for real. That includes manipulating them into actually sticking around. During short rest, always roll hit die with advantage. Snell also gains an extra proficiency in his initiative rolls. So is it a wise or charismatic thing to choose? It's a mix, really. Like with alignment, it is all about intention. Do you view socialization as a zero-sum game? I don't know. Then it does not matter. A relationship is what you make it. If you assume it to be a cold calculation, then that is what you get. Sweet, good deal. Okay, I'm ready to make my choice. Go with your heart. It lives in your sleeve. I'll take Friendly Company, please. You'll be a great friend. A true friend. And so you shall remain. Stop thinking about this. Well, that happened. Okay, where were we? Right, we should probably find Frank, son of Frank. In the Underdark. And also the guy that, obviously Lich Man, told us about. That's also kind of important. Oh, she's not. Well, I guess it's late. She's the. I guess when we came here and the mushroom lady was there, it was earlier in the day. She does have one one thing that I wanted to get from her, but like that's fine. Okay, caverns. Is that a hat? Strange. Fancy hat. +1 dexterity, -1 strength. A yellow hat. You grab the smooth fabric. Yeah, this is like 1,000 crowns worth of esoteric cloth. Whoever dropped this is either rich as shit or had to run around something real dangerous. Your companion looks around, a bit of sweat rolling down his brow. Or Frank must have gone through here. Keep an eye open. It is yours now. Pocket the hat. God damn it, I was going to go to the other side. A sinking feeling appears. Master! This is beware! To your right. Your gut. It falters. The goblin jolts to the side. Cleric, there's... Huh? Big monster! Oh. Oh, hi. That's a big guy. That's a big guy with a lot of eyes. Kind of tentacly. Hi. Oh no. I guess roll initiative, I suppose. Oh hey, hi. That's good. I feel. Not 20? Are you kidding me? A roper. One of the stalagmites has sprouted a particularly nasty-looking maw. It was hidden well, but Mick's warning saved you from getting grabbed in the last second. Now fight! Flung around the cavern comes a long rubbery tendril, right towards your face. Oh god damn it, I should have healed. Lashing. It strikes your armor, but it will leave a bruise. You feel weak. This beat will smash you to pieces. Stop. Think for a moment. It will be worth the investment. I need to think for a second. Yes, you do. There's no time, just fight. No. It's 8. It should be fine. Let us figure out a potential weakness. It does not take a genius to figure it out. Simply look at the thing for a few seconds. This esoteric beast holds but one great disadvantage with these horrific guys. Its eye. Oh. Oh yes. Hit it in the eye. Obviously. You take a breath. There we go. The goblin mutters as he brings out his sling in one swift motion. God bless my bullet. He fires off a shot, hitting the beast right at its center of mass. But it just bounces off. The roper shrieks, clearly angered. Your prey. The roper lashes out again, striking at your legs. Oh my god, please, death saving throws. Oh my god, thank you. It hits, causing you to fall down on your knees in pain. Let's make this happen. Daunting. Oh boy, I mean, I don't think I'm gonna make it, especially with -3. Well, with +3 rather against me. I think this is a running away situation. Wait, lady fair? Oh, it's a woman! Or a female roper, I guess. Run, Smell, run! As you turn to run, the tentacles snap around your feet. Way ahead of you! Literally, the goblin is already halfway out of the cavern. You move dodging each and every one of the roper's attacks. Oh boy, let's rethink this one. I need a damn breather. And some healing, Jesus Christ. There we go. I just, not deal with that thing and check the corpse first? A headless corpse. Looks like some type of rogue. Esoteric lockpick makes easy work of any lockpicking job. Nice. Okay then. I'm not gonna deal with you with a -3, okay? That's not how we do the thing. That's not how we do things in this house. Is there anything? I could add a little bit more strength to my setup in this situation, and that might help. And you know what? I'll cast a bliss. You're ready. This time I'm ready for you, thing. I think. Pasta won't catch you off guard this time. The goblin gives you a nod and readies his weapon. One of the stalagmites has sprouted a particular... Yeah, okay, the same. Here we go. He attacks the same as before. Roper shrieks, clearly angered. Flung around the cavern comes a long rubbery tendril, right towards your face. Ow. Lashing. Strikes your arm, but it will leave a bruise. A duel of fates. It's time to defeat this beast, for real, for real. Stop, think for a moment. Okay, it's still daunting, but... Am I just in a fistfight with a monster? Isn't it glorious? You're a distraction. If you hold out long enough, the goblin will eventually destroy the roper. You notice its tendrils slashing along the ground. If you were to stomp on it, then it could surely weaken it. That is a great idea. I can't try attacking the tentacle, right? Oh yes, smash it. Challenging, but I also have the 1d4, so... Nice. At just the right time, you stomp down on your boot on the lashing tendril. You feel the hard but soft tissue squish under your weight. The roper screeches, its maw widening. Ah, take that, motherfucker! Language. Sorry. You take a prey. Your prey. I'll hit him, I swear to the gods. The goblin lines up a shot and... It hits the roper right next to its large eye. But it just seems to bounce off. Cocksucker! Even still, the creature does get distracted by the shot. The roper lashes out again, striking at your legs. Okay. Please. Oh, please, 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 please. Oh, thank God. It hits, causing you to fall down on your knees in pain. +4. Okay. Let's make this happen. I have to believe. Oh my God, thank God. With force. In perfect form, your fez makes contact with the beast's horrible, unblinking eye. The softness of it molds around you, and a flood of warm, disgusting yellowish blood begins to flow out of the hole. Ew. It shrieks and pulls back. The terrible noise disappears into the abyss. It goes right in, the roper blindly flees. In its panic, it runs right over the edge. Begin breathing again. You fill your lungs with air. Your knees are weak. The goblin leans on his knees and groans. That was tight. But, well done. You do a great job, Snail. Give him a thumbs up. The goblin reluctantly returns a thumbs up to you as well. He is pained by making such a cheesy gesture, but you've clearly earned it. Nice. Let's see what's deeper in this cavern. And let's try not to die. Who put these barrels here? Ah, so that's the other side of the, Another one-way door. Okay, so that's the other side of the door to Craig, who now I realize might be a reference to Craig from the Metroid series, because he kind of looks a little bit like him, actually. Nothing around here. Oh. Leaves left to dry for a long time. I might want to heal a little bit. Thank you, power-up apples. Oh, I could also just take the cardamom treats, but you know, I wasn't thinking about that. A grand engraving of the divine era. Among the fallen and the broken of an ancient world lies among them a single structure, a monument to a forgotten power. At the top, a cracked lion's head glares at you, a one-eyed lion with a single dark and empty socket. It's a shrine, isn't it? A shrine to what god? White Mane. They live here, not first, not last. Does it work? You may prepare spells here, yes. There is a connection to divinity. Shrines like these often hold a latent connection to your strings. If you can do it at the shrine of one dead god, why not another? You seen anything like this, Nell? Sure. Looks like a normal cat thing. There's a ton of them all over the city if you know where to look. Are you some type of cat expert? No. He speaks truth. Hard to tell exactly what's going on here due to the rubble and dust. You could try investigating it more closely, but remember, the White Manes are famous for their traps. You know, like the fiery hallway you barely survived twice. So be careful. What do you think, Meek? Your scarf rustles. Meek thinks spooky ghost. His first comment is, before he even opens his eyes, many spooky ghosts in place like this. The mimic's gaze darts around the chamber. Yes, 100% Miss Trap here, master beware. Not surprising. If you're gonna investigate, just be careful. I don't know why I even say that. I know you're not going to listen. You can listen, just not right now. Step closer. What's that like from the ceilings? It is an illusion, do not mind it. It is absolutely not the sun. Glancing upwards reveals the rays to be nothing but a magical tingle on your eyes. This is no esoteric pocket, but it most likely once was. Okay, let's do the intelligence roll then. Investigate the shrine. Thank God for bless. Your gloved hand glides over the markings on the front of the shrine. There's something there, inside the stone, and it's text. Tracing your fingers, you realize something is written, faintly scrubbed down over centuries into the surface of the shrine. It says, El ojo rojo vigila tus logros. The red eye... What would be the best translation to English? Like, keeps a watch on your merits, I guess? Would be the best way to put it. Like, logros is like merits. And... you could say keep vigil, because vigila is mostly like translated as vigil, but like it's just keeping watch on something. You take a step back and mumble it to yourself. It means the red eye. The red eye watches over you. Also that. Although, I don't know if I would translate it like that necessarily. Because it's like... I guess maybe you can translate it like that. It's just kind of weird because of the second half of the sentence. Does that mean anything? Probably. They wouldn't just write that on a shrine for no reason. He shrugs. They honestly might have, but who knows? You glance upwards at the lion's head. The eye socket. Perfectly sized for a gemstone. This is obviously a sacred. This is obviously a secret you would be able to trigger in case you insert the correct gemstone. Look at the eye socket. The stony lion's head glares at you with that one sunken dark eye. Might want to be a bit careful about it, but you could probably put in that jacinth here. Yes, put in the jacinth gemstone because it is red. Carefully, you guide the jacinth into the perfectly sized eye hole. Once close enough, like a magnet, it gets sucked in. Then you hear a strange noise in the walls. Okay. Oh gods! The goblin gasps for air, unable to speak. Look to your left. Oh. You just almost just died! That was fast. You would have died had the final blade not been blocked by those vines. And Snell would have died if he had stood just a bit further back, or to the left. Fuck. The goblin is actually shaking. God have mercy! We were so close to just like dying. Look at these things we just be cut in half. Are you aware of that, cleric? Yes, maybe. We'll see in a bit. I've heard a delayed response is normal in these situations. Heard about a guy that got an arrow through his skull once, like straight through. The goblin tends to talk a lot when he's in emotional panic. Tense, the currency of the Free Strider Revolution. While free cities have multiple currencies, the magical paper money of reeds is quickly growing into the most valuable across the coast. Okay. This fucking guy, he just kept walking about like nothing had happened, like he was just... With a brash crack, the front of the shrine pops out of place. The goblin jumps. A deep rumbling voice echoes throughout the chamber as a lion's skull begins floating out of the shrine, along with a ghostly halberd. El vigilante rojo de crin blanca castigará tu... Oh. That basically means the, What was it that... How did he translate it again? God damn it. Now I don't remember how Snell translated that. But yeah, like the Red Watcher of the white main screen would be the main. Will punish you or whatever it is that it was gonna punish. Then the skull falls to the ground. Stare at it as it rolls to the side. Huh. I'm not sure. He glances around, scanning for threats. That was a ghostly apparition left to guard this shrine. I don't think they planned it to go that way. There we go! The undead spirit of this heretical temple has been vanquished. I don't think they planned it to go that way. For once, I agree with you. The skull is on the ground before you, and that halberd is just floating there. All ghost-like. Be careful. Look at them, come on. I guess I'll check them out. A lion skull. Hello? No response. What's your thought on this, Nell? My head's as empty as a skull, cleric. Can we go? Okay, I'll leave you to it. Pat the top of the skull. A ghostly halberd. Trifle with it. I got a really cool weapon, I guess. You approach the ancient shrine. I think I'll just nod my head and leave. Thanks. We learned a valuable lesson. Although now all I'm wondering is like where did Frank, son of Frank, left to? The dungeon continues far into the west part of Tolstad. Hmm. Actually, I might be reading this wrong because if he went through that side, that means that he likely moved through these hallways and was able to escape. And that's when he met the nice cat lady that he enchanted, probably. So he left from here then. Among the tangled mess of vines and mossy rocks, you see the thick roots of a bracken tree. They crack open the walls and ceiling of this half-dwarven, half-anticipalian chamber. The natural retaking of the artificial. Right, can I look beyond the roots? Wait for it. There's something there, something beyond the roots. A space beyond the... Oh, can I not do the... This is the bottom of the big tree. More or less. I should break down these roots, shouldn't I? It would be difficult. The tree is ancient and powerful. This is clearly something... There is clearly something hidden inside here. Ah, it's okay, no, yeah, that's a little too much. Even with the bless, it would be a little too much. Okay, maybe next time, tree. Okay, so that means that Frank, son of Frank. The pillar of your towers before you. He's speaking to you. Touch the pillar. Right, I still need to touch this part of the pillar. You place your hand upon the cold surface. Your body quakes, standing in awe of this ancient object. How many battles do you think it has seen? How many deaths? How many noble sacrifices given to one's god or king or people? The thought stirs in you a deep sense of longing. Perhaps one day you will join in that sacred sensation. Perhaps right now. I do have the 1d4, so let's try it. Oh my god, I managed. Your gloved hand presses against the surface. You find the will to listen, to bear the burden of that solemn voice. Close your eyes and pray. Silently mumbling the same words as always to your God, to your people, and this great city. It fades. The voice grows, not in size but in number. Some of them join in your prayer. Some dismiss it. Some hate it. Before you a dark landscape stretches, covering the bodies of the damned and the waiting, their souls on display for judgment and callous sorting. Among them you see one face turn to look at you. At first you believe it to be him. Then you understand as the man, who appears to be both younger and older, gives you the kind of look of regret a father would have on seeing the return of a lost child. He turns to face the stairs. You watch him go. Again. Again. Again! Your heart is racing, blood pumping. You almost faint on the spot. Whatever you saw, it quickly disappears deep into your skull. The pillar doesn't whisper here, it screams. Go down. Further down. You understand plainly there is more to this pillar you need to investigate. In time, and further below. Thanks! I'll be terrified of you later, pillar. Oh, I got a point. I'm gonna put another point in wisdom because, no, actually, I think I'm gonna put it on constitution just in case, because I don't want to die. And I trust constitution to keep me alive. It's a good friend like that. Anyway, we are past time actually, so let's save outside in the normal world where there's light and people aren't about to kill me, and or there are monsters with multiple eyes. That would be great. That would be great. We'll save out here. And then next time, I guess we'll go to the crypt. To speak with the dead and do all of the other fun stuff that we're doing in our questing tree. We almost have everything, like, at least, started. Like, that's all of the little pointies. But anyway, let's save. On my stream, yeah, it's the stream 1 save. And that's gonna be everything for today. Thank you, everybody, for being here. No stream Wednesday and Thursday as usual, and more Stray Children on Friday and Saturday. I don't know how long the game is, but we're getting there. We're moving on places. We're doing mushrooms in the game. In the game only, we were doing a lot of mushroom eating and mushroom activities. So there's that. But we're probably close to, like, ending that area. I assume that the area is usually pretty short, I would say. Anyway, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good Wednesday. Have a good Thursday. And I'll see you on Friday for more Stray Children. For children consuming drugs. It's children consuming drugs. That's what has been happening in the game. Mostly just mushroom, but, like, if the mushrooms are hallucinogenic, it's drugs. So, like, what am I supposed to say? Anyway, have a good rest of your day. Bye, everyone!